welcome back. Sorry for the extended delay, had a bunch of things to sort out. I think I fixed all the notifications issues that we had before, so hopefully that won't be a problem anymore. Uh, we'll see if it is. If it is, I might have to tweak it some more, but for now it should be good. Um, as per usual, I had to just resize everything because if I ever play this game off stream, I play full screen and then I have to resize everything to like the UI scale and the screen res and everything, so that's all done now. Welcome to the stream. So the plan for the evening is I've been doing some of these crafting orders. So let me just move this up so I can see a little bit better what's going on. I've gotten to the point where I've basically run out of crafting orders. I've done the ones that I have. Oh, I should have actually been doing this while I was doing that. I did all the fabrication crafting orders I had, and I have a ton of crafting orders for carpentry, but I don't have wood because I used over 500 boards for the house. So what I'm just doing now is I'm trying to get new fabrication orders, and if I don't get fabrication orders, I'm chopping wood and making boards to try and make a dent in these. They're both 100, so each crate takes 2 boards, which means I need to do all of this. If I didn't fail, would be 200 crates is 400 boards. 400 boards takes 2,000 logs or 2,000 wood, and since you get, you know, sometimes 1, sometimes 2, but mostly 1 wood from a chop, that's a lot of wood chopping. So I don't think we're gonna, like, you know, get our horses out, fill them all up to get all the wood, and then do the boards from there, because that's just gonna be very time consuming. And right now the thing that we care about more in terms of crafting is actually fabrication more than carpentry. Carpentry will help us with decorating our house and so on, but I don't really know with the market for carpentry. You know, it's a little bit harder because you need to kind of know what people like to decorate their houses with and all that kind of stuff. So it's going to be a little bit harder for me to make money from that, and that's kind of you know, if we're going to be focusing on crafting skills, it's going to be mainly to make some money. Let me just say, I have to look quite close to see. Oh, it looks cool. Did you make it, or did you get somebody to do it for you? Or did you just find it? Is it like a jack-o'-lantern, but like in blue? Well, not a jack-o'-lantern, but like a, you know, the pattern, like the cut out eyes and mouth, like a ghost or a jack-o'-lantern or something. Yeah, it's cool. I need to do a proper avatar at some point as well. I'm just not... Oh, did I stop doing that, or was it done? It was done. Okay. Before we craft that, I'm gonna just try to check the fabrication orders. I guess I should make this fire. Oh, okay, so you extracted it from something else. No, it's cool. It works. It works for Avatar. Looks good, I think. Short bow, small shield, or ash small shield. I like to put the UI scale as big as I can when I'm streaming, so it's a little bit clearer what's going on with, especially with the map. The map is quite small. If I make it bigger than this, then I can't zoom out here and close the map, so this is the limit actually. Oops, let me go this way. Okay, just be safe, don't let me distract you from the road or anything. Hopefully you're not driving. So let's see what this guy has for me. Okay, no, then that's better. Man, I wish when we were going to school, we had decent enough internet that we could get access to the internet while driving. We had to like wait in the car and look at the side of the road until you got home, and then when you got home you didn't really have internet, you had maybe a book to read, and later on we had television. Like, you didn't really have television as a kid, you just did chores or read. Legs, chest, skirt, no, we don't need any of that either. Getting really bad luck with the crafting orders lately. I'll check the blacksmith as well, but I don't think I've ever gotten a useful crafting order from him with the setup that I have. Let's see what we got. Crafting orders. No large axe, nope. Okay, let's make some crates. So my theory that I have for taming is that I suspect the way that it does the skill check is it takes the average between your animal taming and your animal lore skill. But I've noticed something that happens is you gain animal lore from taming, but also from healing. And so your animal lore goes up faster than your animal taming. And so as a result, your average is usually higher than your animal taming. Because it's obviously it's in the middle between them. And they say that the skill check that it does to see whether or not you can tame something is whether or not the average it uses for the difficulty that your average. But what I've noticed is that when your taming skill is below the requirement, even though your average is above the requirement, it seems like it lets you try to tame it, but it never succeeds, and it also never gives you skill gains, which leads me to believe that even though it uses your average for taming, your actual animal taming skill needs to be above the minimum. So what I'm trying to do is my animal taming skill isn't at the minimum for things that I want to have, but I want to get it above the minimum that I need for something like I think 53. I can tame a large spider, so I want to get it to 53. Then I want to bring my animal lore down to 53, so that my average is right there, so that I can continuously tame it, and that should immediately give me a creature that I can continuously tame, without having to like tame it and then find another one. I can just stay there and keep taming it. When I eventually do tame it, and this is where the experiment part comes in, I suspect that the best way to keep taming, to keep getting gains in animal taming, is to bring your animal lore down to keep your average just above what you need in order to tame it, so that when you find the next one, you can also continuously tame it as if you just started being able to tame that creature at that point. Which means it's going to take long to tame, but you're going to get more skill gains by taming that one animal. The problem with doing that experiment is we have to bring our animal lore down, which if it doesn't work, we bring our animal lore down quite a bit, and it's going to take us a while to get back. The reason why I'm comfortable doing that is because I think once an animal lore or any skill has reached a certain point and you bring it down, it goes back up to that point faster. So hopefully if it doesn't work, we just stop doing that and we get our animal lore back up to where it needs to be. Animal lore, I think, basically only hurts us with taming and when we heal our creatures. So if it means we end up using more bandages, then we just use up some bandages to get our skill back up. So what I wanted to just do before I start trying that is I wanted to see what I can do about these crafting orders. But if I hit a wall, like if there's no crafting orders to do, or I run out of resources or something like that, then I'll switch to my tamer and start working on my animal taming. Now, since my animal taming needs to be at like 53, I think, before I can even start doing this experiment, I might not actually get there tonight to get to that point. So we'll see if we get there. If we don't, I might ask around and see if anybody else has thought of doing this and find out if it works. If somebody's tried it and it doesn't work, then I'm obviously not going to sacrifice my skill in order to get it. So there we go, that's our last wood boards. And we didn't succeed, okay. So how far do we get? 50, halfway done with one of them, okay. Perfect. And we didn't get any crafting orders. I guess we can check again. I'm not going to check all of them again, I'm just going to check the fabrication, because that's the one that we have the most materials for. I'm really kind of just trying to use up my materials for fabrication so that they don't take up so much space. But I keep collecting more as well, so every time I go to another town to check for other fabrication work or for other work orders or craft orders, then I pick up some more cotton, and then I have more resources that I need craft orders for. So okay, this is still the same, it didn't change, so that means we're out of luck. How much wood, ash, blight wood do we have? Okay, it's almost nothing, so oh yeah, I see our weight is 10. Do we have anything here? Nope. Okay, perfect. So I think we do one run to another town to see. We'll do one cycle. We'll go to Eldir, and then to Black Forest, and then back here, and then we'll check here again. If after that we don't get what we need, then we switch characters. And on the way I'll pick up any cotton that I see, and I'll chop down any trees with red leaves to get our lumberjacking up. I don't know at which point of lumberjacking you always get 2 wood. But that's basically something we want to reach, because we need wood for... Is it the right one? Yes. Is the guard gonna get him? They're too far. We need a ton of wood to get our carpentry up. So I've been trying not to focus on it, because if we harvest wood now, we usually get 1 wood per chop. And when our lumberjacking skill is higher, maybe, I don't know, maybe around 80 or 90, we'll get 2 per chop. So it makes sense to wait until you get to that point before you start collecting all the wood that you need to grind carpentry up. Don't hit me before my horse is there. Good. Oh. Are you gonna come for me, or is he gonna turn around? So right now the thing that's kind of the hardest to collect is cotton, because you can't like stay in town and do it. You have to go out and explore. So whenever we do leave town, we collect cotton, and especially when we go out taming with our other character, we grab all the cotton we can. And since we have the house now, we can just dump all those resources in the house, and then when we run out of cloth to do craft orders, we can just run back to the house, pick up all the cotton that's there, and then carry on crafting if we need to. But I've really started to notice that the skill increases on the tamer is going fairly decent for everything. Is a wolf coming after me, or what's going on? Yeah. Just want to break line of sight. Everything's going decent, but the animal taming is much slower than everything else. Not slower, it's just that you don't have to do it as much. So what we might have to do is do the taming quests. The game has kind of like missions that you can opt to do. So you go to a dispatcher and you say I want a mission, and then it gives you 3 to pick from, and then you pick the one that's the skill level and the place that you want. And then when you complete it, you get a little bit of gold in your bank. Not a lot, but something. Oh, it's a red. I don't think I've seen a red in town yet. That's literally the first. It's literally the first character that I've seen. But I believe they can't attack me here because this is still like a PvP safe zone. I don't actually know what happens. I've never seen it happen, so it'd actually be interesting to see what happens. I'm assuming the game doesn't allow them to attack you. This is the one, Another thing I might want to experiment with a little bit with my tamer is some spots to grind for the next set of skill levels. Because I know a couple of things that works well. So I get fairly decent skill gains from trolls, but thus far I've basically only been able to find trolls like occasionally on their own in the woods. So if I can find a spot where there's, you know, a couple of trolls in a way that I can, you know, kite them out and fight them one at a time, that would be ideal, because then I can hold them off with my bears and shoot them with my arrows as well, which means I'll be skilling up archery, martial prowess, vigor, beast mastery and animal law, and if I heal them, healing as well. So that's a lot of skills to go up, and they can then all go up to, like, I think on trolls, I think trolls are skill level 60, so they'll all go up to 68. And I think everything is capped at 58 now for me. Well, the animal law, the animal law and healing, I don't think are capped. I think vigor comes from me attacking, and martial prowess comes from me attacking, so I don't think they go up past the cap. But the healing and the skills from healing the pets, so animal law and healing as well, that can go higher than that. So it's kind of interesting if we can find a decent thing. Now I know if I go for the giant beetles, chain tunic, longsword, mining pick. There's cotton here. Shall I get it? Yeah, I guess so. I mean, we need it, so I wouldn't come here just to get the cotton, because it's not that good a haul. But since we're already here, we came here anyway. Might as well get it. each one is 5 cloth, so 2 plants here is 1 craft. So it's not a great amount of cotton, but it helps, and it's safe, I guess. Not that we're worried about safety. Most of the places that we harvest cotton is basically completely safe for us anyway. And you quite often get like 3, 4, or 5 cotton per pick, so, but they're not all together like this is. So I'm kind of excited. I got an email today to say my mic stand is being shipped. So it's been about a month since I ordered it, so they've obviously finally imported it. Now the real question is how long it'll take them to ship it. Because I'm only temporarily using the headset mic thing, which is not great. I normally use, I have a what are these things called, a blue snowball, like a proper condenser mic. But where I have it placed, the volume is just, it's way too low, like it's almost impossible to hear. So I needed like a boom stand so I can bring it closer to my face. And so I need one that fits these. Blue has a special attachment for their mics. Now you can get a little adapter that makes it work, but just to be safe, I bought one that specifies that it works with that one, with the blue mics. So that should be coming soon, and then hopefully we can stop using the silly headset mic. The sound should be a little better. And then I'll probably see how the sound levels and stuff end up being with that. The next thing I want to do after that is figure out a way to do a little bit more mixing, because like right now I have the mic as an input and I have everything coming from my computer as another input, which makes it really hard for me to mix the levels of the apps that are running. So like, for example, my music is running at 1% volume, and that's, I have to put it that low to be able to like think when I'm talking. If I put it any louder, I struggle. Cloth linen helms, that's exactly what we want, and it's 100. That's excellent. That means we can do a little bit more. Do a little bit more fabrication before we switch over. Oh, so he has a little huntress or hunter. Ooh, how do they get that? The little logo. Oh. I thought I wanted to take his pants off. What is it? Now I'm curious, what does that do? In the game it removes it and then puts it back. I hope he doesn't see that. Oh, he's got lots of constitution, so he's combat. I don't know what that little icon, what that comes from. A master animal tamer? Ooh. What was I looking for? I checked. Oh, I didn't check the woodsmith. That's what I needed to do. And I see this is a red tree. I thought that was red leaves, but it's just a post that's going in between the leaves. The LOD on this. Like it won't resolve what type of tree that is. Oh, there you go. Pretty much always chopping these, not because I want the wood necessarily, I just want to get the skill up. There's quite a lot of these red trees that end up in towns, because I think what happens is the starting characters can't harvest it, so they skip over it and they keep chopping down the regular trees. And as they chop down the regular trees and new ones respawn, some of them are red trees and then they skip over those as well until eventually there's quite a lot of red trees. And then every once in a while, a higher level character will come by and then they'll chop all the red trees down and then it'll kind of reset. Let's see, what do we need? We need crates, shelf, shield, okay, no. Okay, so we're done in this village. I think we'll, since we're out and about, we can head back, take the gate to Black Forest. Check what orders are there. And then we go back to Helm, check the orders there, and then craft up the... what did we get this? The order for the linen helms. So these that aren't loading in the level of detail, you can see it's a bug, right? Because it's when I'm further away, like I'm as close as I can get to it. When I move further away, it loads in the detail. Then when I get close, it unloads it. That's definitely not intended behavior, I'm sure. I mean, I'm fairly confident I set the graphics to ultra. 60 frames, all the details apply. So it looked like when I hit apply it reset, because now I can see everything again. I think there was an issue with that setting. I can't wait for the time when my tamer has fairly high skills, like in the 90s. And I can tame drakes and wyverns and actually take on some of the dungeons. Start worrying about abilities and things. Right now I don't think the archer has any abilities worth taking. So I don't think there's much, interesting to do there. I think the fighters and mages do. But when they add I think that in the next point release they'll be adding some abilities for martial prowess. And since the archer does use martial prowess, or it can use martial prowess, those might be useful. Although it seems like those are going to be adding threat management. So they're introducing a threat system, which allows you to kind of like, basically it's for tanking. So if you want things to attack you, you use your threat abilities. And so the fact that the archer uses martial prowess means that it gives them an opportunity to use it, but then they have to add abilities, because I mean an archer doesn't want to have threat on them, they want to remove threat on them. So they'll have to add an ability that mitigates the threat as well. If it doesn't have, then it's going to basically not be useful for archers. Because right now part of why I have a tamer archer is because being a tamer means you can send your pets in and your pets can draw aggro. So they're basically tanking for you. If martial prowess gave you ability to have things not attack you, that would be quite useful. But I think in the absence of something else to attack, you know, it won't really matter if you drop aggro off yourself. You're just going to pick it up again as soon as you damage them again. So, for in order to manage that, you'd need to have something like the provocation system that UO used to have, or what Legends of Ultima has, where you can, as a bard, you can make one animal attack another animal, or have one enemy attack another enemy. And then while they're attacking each other, you can kind of heal yourself or do whatever you need to stay alive. That obviously leaves you with, always leaves you with one enemy that you have to deal with at the end. But if you could do that, then you could, do that and then use your archery or whatever to get the last enemy down. Which seems like it could be viable. But it's definitely not going to be as good of an approach as having magic and pets, or magic and barding skills. So we need to go this way. I struggle to see with these trees which ones are the red ones. I think this one is. Yep, it looks that way. Especially in this light, when it's like twilight, the lighting becomes quite red. So when that shines red light on the trees, it kind of has a similar look to the ones with the red leaves. It's like this one. It looks like red leaves to me, but it could be light. But I think in this case it is actually red leaves. $76. Excellent. I don't know at which point you consistently get 2 wood. My guess is probably 85. And the reason why I'm guessing 85 is because 85 is usually where, on the crafting skills, where you start to be forced to use other materials other than the base materials. So for fabrication, you have to start using leather or quilted cloth or whatever. You can't use regular cloth anymore. And same for blacksmithing, right? You can use iron all the way up to like 85 if you wanted to. Is that red? No, that's just lighting. So that's why I'm thinking around about there is kind of like a critical point in most skills. So I mean, if you if you needed to gather, for example, just regular wood, if you had any character that had lumberjacking 85, it wouldn't make sense to use any other character to harvest wood than that one. Is this the one that, yeah, this is the one. Sometimes when the trees are close to each other, their leaves overlap, and then the easiest way to see which one is the one that has the rarer wood is to move so that only one of them's leaves show, and if you see red leaves, it's probably the other one that has the rare wood. I really like how the atmosphere is done here with the fireflies and the reflection in the water. Like you can see there's actually a lighting source, and it moves moves with the camera. It looks really nice. Okay, now these two both look like they have red leaves, so I'm gonna grab them. think it's sorry, excuse me. I think it's easier to grab these when we're, you know, running around doing things than getting to the point where we have to get our lumberjacking skill up and then we have to go looking for the red trees. It's a little bit frustrating because then everything that we're trying to do takes a little bit longer. But overall, it'll be quicker to get to 100, so I'm all for what's quicker overall. Plus, I mean, I'm in no rush to GM anything, right? I kind of want to know which skills I want to end up having at 100. But I'm not going like, you know, I didn't make like an order of skills. I go, okay, blacksmithing first. So I want to get blacksmithing to 100, and then I'm going to get carpentry to 100, and then I'm going to get fabrication to 100. What I'm basically doing is I'm looking at what resources I have, what activity I feel like doing, and how I can combine those into progressing a skill. Because I feel like I want to always be progressing some skill. Which one that is kind of depends on you know, the circumstances. And I think if I'm always improving one of my skills, eventually I'll have them, you know, I'll have them all at 100. Copper, copper, copper. I feel like when I eventually get to the point where I'm going to skill up blacksmithing, I'm going to have to just craft whatever the orders give me, even though they're not going to be efficient. Is this a red tree? No, it's a regular tree. I actually find it so weird that you can chop down the trees inside these platforms. Cloth padded chest is not what we want. Leather saddle is also not what we want. We have a high enough skill that we can reliably craft leather saddlebags, and I think that's probably the first item that we can craft that has a reasonable demand. So we could start turning all our leather into gold if we started crafting those. 100 chest. I'm going to stick to crates. I'm quite close on the carpentry is 63, and I have an order for like another 150 crates. So I think that'll probably get us up to like maybe 66, around there. But these trees are a little bit tricky. It doesn't look like you can chop them. You can maybe get to them from below and then chop them from there. But some of the middle ones you can chop, like that one's also red, but I don't think we can get to that. If there wasn't stuff in the way here, you could maybe get to it on that side. Okay, might as well rest while we're there. So here's a mission dispatcher. This one will give you like a mission to do just some combat missions. And then there's a rancher usually as well. I think the rancher is there. It'll give you taming missions. So like this tree, you wouldn't think you can chop it, but I think you can. And these ones are quite easy to tell that they're the red trees because their branches go like a pink color. So you can see there's a red tree somewhere in there, but being able to figure out which one it is a little bit trickier. As our skill goes up, we're gonna... Ooh, I think we can chop this one actually. Yes, might as well. So at this point, craft orders are starting to become more of an issue than the resources, at least for certain trades, like in fabrication. For the other ones, resources is still the issue. Well, actually, craft orders is definitely the issue. We just don't get craft orders for blacksmithing, and we rarely get craft orders that we need for smithing, for carpentry. I mean, sorry, getting confused there. But that's mainly because we did it wrong. And actually, there's some game mechanics issues with this game that, you know, I guess they're still working on it, so, you know, they could be fixing it. It might just be that their decisions was wrong and they're gonna keep it the way it is. But in my opinion, most of it is fixable. You know, I think the reason why so many players that have been playing for a while are so frustrated with them is that they've also seen that it's been fixable for a long time and they haven't fixed it. But I think the problem that they have is Citadel is basically doing two jobs. They're designing the game engine and the platform and the servers and everything, and then they're making a game on top of that. And I don't think their intention was to make a game. I think their intention was to make the infrastructure that makes the games possible, and they wanted other people to make the games. And obviously the way that they see it is they'll sell the game, the platform, to people, and then they'll make enough money to support the infrastructure from there. But until all their stuff is ready, they can't really do that, right? So if you look at things like Legends of Ultima and, you know, some of the other community servers that are available, most of them are based off of Legend of Aria, the base game, with small tweaks to the rule set. They're not coming out with a completely new rule set or a completely new map or anything that makes it significantly different from the base game. Even though, like, their goal is clearly to make that possible. And as far as I can tell, most people who are still playing Legends of Aria seems to be enjoying Legends of Ultima more than Legends of Aria. In fact, a lot of people have quite vocally said that, you know, even when updates on Legends of Aria comes out, they don't bother playing it. And it looks like it's not so much a case of that they don't like what the updates are. It's more a case of, you know, they've been waiting for those changes for a while, and they, you know, they said they were going to do it before and they didn't, and so on. So it's really more just frustration with the developers. But being a new player, like, I obviously don't have that. I don't have that background where I'm like, oh, I thought it was going to have this and it didn't, and then, you know, I'm just playing this game now, today, like this, as if it came out this way, right? And there's some things that I think don't make a lot of sense, like some game rules and stuff, that mechanics that I would change given the opportunity. But it's not so bad that I would say, like, no, you know, I'm not interested in playing it, right? I can work around a lot of the stuff. One of the key things with games like this, especially multiplayer online games, is that balance is really, really important. And you need a lot of work to just have things make sense, right? Have all the different play styles and stuff be balanced. No, not at all. In fact, the only thing you get from it is cosmetic stuff, and it's cosmetic stuff, and it waives your taxes. So if you own a plot of land, The premium will make it so that you don't have to pay the taxes. Now the taxes aren't a lot. It's not like a big saving. Why is my notifications not going off again? Sorry, I'm seeing the thing, but I didn't hear the event. Let me just test this out. Let me check that one. It's doing it again. Sorry, Elmo C Jr. and Nozak, I didn't see your... Oh, then you edit it, and then... You guys are seeing a big white box again now, right? Let me just switch for a second. I see a big white box. Still see a big white box. And then what was the thing that I changed? I hit it and then I showed it again. Sorry, I'm just testing, like this stops working and then it starts working again. This was broken in my last stream and I fixed it in between streams, and now it seems to stop working again. Sorry, Elmo, I got interrupted there. So the premium feature is you can quite safely never ever get it, and it's not gonna affect how you play the game. So if you're interested in playing and you don't want to have a game that has like a monthly subscription like World of Warcraft or anything, you can very much buy the game and never get it. It's just going to give you like some special mounts and like a special cloak and things like that. Yes, yeah, I'm currently playing on Crimson Sea, which is the official server in the EU. Now the official servers are kind of like a blend of PvE and PvP, but it's mostly PvE. So a lot of people, there are some community servers that specifically turn PvP off. So if you want to play PvE only, so no enemy, like no other players can attack you, there's one in the EU that has that rule set, but they've actually changed the official servers to be mostly PvE except for certain areas. So all this area, so these 5 zones here, are all basically PvE only, and then this zone over here is PvP. So you can gate to there if you want to play PvP, and in this area you're not safe, but in all these areas you're safe. The only problem is that for a lot of the people who play PvP, they don't like that because they feel like there isn't enough reason for people to go to the PvP areas, and so that there isn't anybody for them to kill. So, you know, they kind of like, they don't have enough like stuff to do really. They can go into the PvE areas, but they can't, you know, they can't attack players. So that's been one of the complaints that people have had, because sorry, I have to do the UI scale thing again to get my bank back. I have to keep my bank on that side because the bank is anchored to the top left and my bags are anchored to the bottom right. So but for the people, if you are interested in playing PvP, and if you want a more complicated skill set, I would recommend the Legends of Ultima server, because they have a higher skill limit, so you can have 700 points instead of 600, and they have more skills. So this is kind of like a new skill set that Citadel created. It's different from the original Ultima Online skill set, and Legends of Ultima follows the original skill set more. So they have things like, rather than martial prowess, they have tactics, and then they don't just have like fabrication, they have tailoring and leatherworking and skinning and things like that. So there's more skills to pick from, so you can have a more complicated build, and you also have like 100 more points to assign. So if you like to play with your build a lot and stuff, and want to have more options, you'll get more options in Legends of Ultima. Now, that being said, the game is kind of still like early access, so like it's not done. So they will still be changing a lot of the stuff. So you know, the official servers might become a little bit more like Legends of Ultima, and you know, Legends of Ultima might adopt some of the things that the official servers have. I know one of the things that Legends of Ultima has that's coming to Legends of Aria now, the official servers, is rune books. So you can get the runes that lets you teleport to locations, and it can be a little bit of a mission to manage them. Oh, this guy just released his dire bear in the town. Heyo. So they're basically putting that in Legends of Aria itself, so that we'll also be able to do that. So if you're a mage and you want to teleport, you don't need to have just like 10 runes lying in your bag for whenever you want to teleport somewhere. You can have a book and then click the item in a list, kind of like you can, if you've got stuff in your bag, you'll have like the locations like this, and you can just click through to them. Cloth linen helm, that's exactly what I want, and it's a 10. Okay, that's excellent. So let's check that. I'm just going to turn these logs into boards for the ash, because we actually got a bunch of it now. I just want to manage, because I'm trying not to do too much carpentry, so I want to at least turn everything into boards so that it doesn't fill up my bank over time. And then we'll do these fabrication work orders, then I'm going to switch to the tamer, I think. Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, yeah, I think it's a little bit hard to gauge. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying, and that's I mean, that's a very valid concern. I think the way I see it, so in case you don't know, I am a software developer, so I kind of understand a lot of what Citadel was going through. In fact, I'm a software developer at a startup, so I kind of know how they trying to struggle with, figuring out a way to make enough money to stay afloat while at the same time trying to create the product that they want to create. And it's much harder than most people realize, right? They're effectively an indie studio if you think about it. And most indie games are severely limited in features and polish, simply because, that's the budget and the time that the developers have. Now, it's made worse if you're trying to create a game or a product that is meant to last long, right? So they're trying to make not just a game that somebody's going to buy, play through, and then put down. So they just have to try and find the price point that somebody's going to pay X amount and then enjoy it enough to be happy with it. They need something that's going to be cost effective to run, and that they can manage. So every feature that they roll out, every change that they make, their devs have to spend time making it work. So the more complicated the game becomes, so the more complicated Legends of Aria becomes, they're effectively doubling their work, because they have to build the underlying systems that make it possible. Remember, they maintain the servers, like the servers code base, and then the infrastructure for those servers. So all the community servers and stuff, as far as I understand it, is managed by Citadel. And then they've got Legends of Aria, the game, on top of that, which they have to build with on top of those systems. And they also have a tool set that the community service people like Legends of Ultima's team use to build the world and the assets that they use. So Legends of Ultima brings in models and stuff from the traditional Ultima, and so they have to do all that work. So they have to kind of like manage the infrastructure, manage the tools that the other developers use, and then they also have to use those tools and make their own game. So that's actually quite ambitious to do all of that for such a small team. And I really think that's where the problems are coming in. I think they wanted to build the infrastructure, make it available for other people to make things like Legends of Ultima, and just focus on that. But I think the problem is it wasn't bringing in enough money for them to just support that indefinitely. So they kind of made Legends of Aria as like a sample, right, of what the technology can do, and also for them to make some money to support the whole infrastructure. Because the way it works is I don't think they can have community servers and then have any kind of like subscription or anything on those servers, because for example Legends of Ultima, if they took payment from their users, they would get sued, right? Because the rights to Ultima and everything is owned by somebody. It used to be Origin Systems. I guess now it would be Electronic Arts. If you make a game with the name Ultima in it and the places and stuff from that game, and you make money off of it, EA is going to sue you so hard you'll never see a cent of that money. And so they'll never be able to charge for Legends of Ultima or any game based on Ultima or whatever, right? And as a result, Citadel can't charge people either to use their client based on what you're accessing. So you can't sell access to the community servers. All you can do is sell the game, sell the app, the platform, the client, and you have to make up all your money from there. So they actually have to make enough money to sustain their infrastructure, and depending on how it's arranged, either Legends of Ultima team are paying for the servers that they're using, or Citadel is. Most likely it's the Legends of Ultima guys paying for it, just for the legal aspect of it. But one of the key things that I like is that those servers exist, and I still think either Legends of Ultima or another community server is going to end up being the backbone of Legends of Aria. I think in the long term, Legends of Aria, the game like that I'm playing now, is not going to be what most people play. But in order for that, whatever that game is, to come out and be good, Legends of Aria, this client needs to survive. And right now, the only way that survives is if people, play this game or buy the client. Even if they buy the client and play Legends of Ultima, it helps, right? Because Citadel's making the $20 or the $30 or whatever it is from the subscriptions, and that's also why I subscribe, right? I might not end up playing this, for years and years, but I'm happy to give them a little bit of money every month to help them make it better, right? Now, a lot of people are of the opinion that they're not going to make it better, or they're worried that the player base all goes away because there's no PvP, and that's valid concerns. If people want PvP, there should be a PvP option. My concern is more around the fact that there are so few options at the moment, so that when they change Legends of Aria, if they change the rule set, they change the PvE and the PvP, that it can have such a big impact on whether or not people play the game. Like, ideally that shouldn't be the case. They should either have enough servers that people can find the version of the game that they like to play, or there should be community servers or something so that it's not an issue. But right now, I feel like they tried that approach and it wasn't working, because the population on the servers is so low that you can't really have 5 different servers with different rule sets, because then each of those servers have like too low population. So I think merging the 2 servers back together is kind of a step in the right direction. I don't know if it's gonna, get them where they're trying to go, but it's good that they're paying attention to that and doing something at least. But I think they will have to do some more stuff in the near future to really accommodate what players are looking for. I think some of the things that they're doing, like the so with these with what's this, not the professions, the abilities, right? Linking these to these disciplines, right? So they only have fighter, mage, and rogue, but I'm guessing they want to have these for more different categories. They're kind of moving more into the traditional MMO space and away from the sandbox. And so that might help with server population. It might broaden the appeal of the game, which I hope it does. But at the same time, there's also a chance that the people that it brings are not the types of people that the current player base wants to play with, and so it might still cause issues in the community. And I mean, the most likely outcome is kind of like a mixed success state, right? If you look at something like Shroud of the Avatar, which was also like kickstarted and it has a player base, and a lot of the people that play it seem to enjoy it, but it doesn't look like it's going to be like a massive MMO. It's kind of always going to be a niche kind of thing for people that have that, that Ultima nostalgia. And the problem is now you only get players playing Shroud of the Avatar that are that kind of user. Which is a little bit sad, because it would be nice if more people can experience a game like that. And that's my main hope. Like I think this game has a lot of potential to appeal to a wider audience. If not for a couple of things that needs to change. And I don't necessarily know what's the best way to change those things to make it, more appealing to a wider audience. But I can see, as somebody who's played, Ultima Online in the 90s, and played a lot of other, modern MMOs since then, from World of Warcraft to EVE Online to Guild Wars to a wide variety of stuff. I've even played a little bit of some of the MMOs that tried to implement some of the things that Ultima Online had, like player housing and so on, right? There was that, what was that MMO that had the player housing with the space theme and the cartoony graphics as well? That was more, it was more action based, with the signals on the ground and everything. Anyway, that shut down recently, like a year ago or something. I've played a lot of those, and it's a very difficult balance to get an MMO with the complexity and the freedom that something like this would have, and have it appeal to a lot of people. So I really wish them the best of luck. I hope they manage it. I'll probably play this game so long as I can tolerate it, and if it gets too bad, I'll probably also stop. For right now, I'm still new into it, so I'm still in the ramp up grinding phase. But I suspect the problem that a lot of people that have been playing this, especially the people that have been playing it for long, experience, is that once you start to get to the 90s skills and above, you're no longer grinding, you're looking for something to do. And that's typically, I feel, where the war will come in. Where if there's no other players that's also at that level, then there's no challenge and there's no goal for you to set. So let's turn this one in. Harlem leggings, I think we have that. And let's see if we got a new one. Wow, that's lucky. We got exactly what we needed. Cloth, linen, helm. And a 40. 40 is better than 100, I feel. We need to go for fabrication up to 74. I think I'm going to do the 100 first and then the 40. Because I suspect that if I do the 40 first, we might hit 74 in the middle of the 100. Because as we approach 74, we're going to approach 100% success rate, and we have what's this, 100 attempts. We've got 183 attempts. Yeah, I think we do the 100 first. We'll do both eventually anyway, so it shouldn't be an issue. And if we do the 100 and it takes long enough, then we might be able to get a new crafting order before we turn it in, and then we get 2 checks to get another crafting order. Yeah, so like I was saying, like I think one of the things that they really need to do is get the infrastructure to a place, especially the tools. I think they don't have enough resources to work on the tools, but I know a lot of the other devs have complained that the tools are very difficult to work with, and it doesn't allow them to do all the stuff that they want to do. Which, okay, I mean, tool sets are limited. Everybody kind of has that. I mean, you can't do anything on Twitter or Instagram or Facebook or whatever that you want to do. You do what it allows you to do. So obviously, if people are too ambitious with what they're trying to do, then it's not going to allow for it. But it sounds like people are complaining that it's pretty basic stuff like importing assets and working on the level and stuff that's difficult. But I mean, it just shows you that what's possible, because the Legends of Ultimate team are setting different rules on how they build their maps, which lets them get effectively better performance from the client than you get in Legends of Aria. Which means, they're obviously experienced developers that are making compromises for performance sake that's paying off. And that's what you need, right? You need people working on the game or a game using the engine that that runs smooth, that has the features that people want, and does innovative stuff. And so I think they need to get the tools to the point where there can be more community servers that are not all the same. So not like just changing a rule set. I mean, there should be servers that's completely different worlds, right? With each with their own map, their own skills, their own backstory. Because right now there's the world is a little bit sparse. There isn't a lot of there's no like characters or anything, right? You've got hey, here's the towns, and each town specializes in a certain thing. They have like some aspect to the town, but that's it. There's no like the dialogue in the town references it, or there's backstory that you can find out if you talk to people, or there's so much more that they would need to do for this to be considered an actual game. even if it's a sandbox, even if there's no like, oh, it's not a story-driven game, like you need to at least have something, right? If you take an Elder Scrolls game, like you take Skyrim, and you take the story of the Dragonborn and all that out, and you just have the world. If you walk into the towns, people will still be walking around, doing things, having their own little nuanced chats with each other, and having their own, um, you know, daily schedule and all that kind of stuff, right? And that's needed, even without the story, that's needed for the world to feel real. Um, and I'm not saying that they should, in Legends of Aria, have all that stuff. Because that's not necessarily, it doesn't make sense for them to spend as much time and energy on doing that. But if they're selling Legends of Aria as a game, then it needs to have that. Selling Legends of Aria as a game is maybe not the approach that they should be taking, but if they do that, they need to have that, because so many people are going to, you know, come into the game expecting stuff to do, right? And even if it's a sandbox, even if they can pick whatever skills they want and play the game like we all used to play Ultima Online, the average player that just comes into the game doesn't know that. They're going to run around, see, okay, I'm in this town, there's some people that does stuff, and I can do that, and then, you know, then they go, okay, well, what's my goal? What am I supposed to be trying to do, right? And if that isn't made clear to them, or if there isn't at least enough interesting stuff going on that they feel inclined to explore the towns, see what's around, you know, I think one of the things is that what even the old Ultima Online had issues with is there isn't really a nice smooth progression in terms of like, I know I can go here, but if I go a little bit further, it gets a little bit more dangerous. So, you know, you kind of need to have that feeling of, I can't go there because I won't survive if I go there, but I'm close, right? If I get a little bit stronger, if I hit my target a little bit more, or if I have a little bit more health, I feel like I can go there on my own. And that's the motivation to, you know, up your skill or figure out where to find a better item or whatever it is, right? So even though it's sandbox, you need to put these guidelines in place for people to know what they can and should do next. If you don't have that, people don't stick around, and if people don't stick around, then your population drops, and even the people who knows what's going on and enjoy playing the game stop enjoying it because there's no other people playing, right? A lot of us that play games like this are people like me that are highly analytical, and I like to figure out the systems. But once I've figured out the systems, you know, I can max out all my skills or whatever, and then after that my enjoyment's going to go away. How you keep somebody like me playing the game is if there's other players that need help, right? If, you know, if you have a guild and you have activities together and you start to kind of like write your own stories where you say, oh, this guild was formed because of, you know, they have this, you know, opinion of this other guild, or they have this opinion about people from a certain town, and, you know, they want to, you know, they want to show the world that, you know, this thing that they believe is correct. And you kind of have to, you know, put yourself in the world and make it fun for yourself. And in order to start doing stuff like that, you need players, right? Padded chest, long sleeve shirt, banded hood, and nothing good. Okay. Looks like we're going to be still have 82 attempts to do 40. And we're at 72, so we won't cap out at 74 yet. So I just want to keep an eye on what I'm crafting while I'm talking. So I mean, like you say, like a lot of people have said, like it's a concern that if Legends of Aria, the game, doesn't do well, that Legends of Aria, the platform, won't survive. And it shows in the fact that the Legends of Ultima team have made contingency plans for if Legends of Aria goes away, that they can still, you know, have a way to do what they're trying to do. I mean, I've personally had an idea for kind of an online game that I'm interested in making, but there's quite a lot of technology stuff that I have to get right. And something like Legends of Aria would be nice because it gives you the engine and a lot of the stuff basically for free. And what you can focus on is, you know, what skills do you want to have? What crafting do you want to have? What do you want to put as your backstory? What setting do you want, right? But you know, for something like that, it doesn't make sense to have the default map, right? Having the default map with the towns and the whatever without any of the stuff to flesh it out, you know, it's probably going to detract from the story that you're trying to tell or the environments that you're trying to create. And especially even if I wanted to do that, right? You know, they're not in a position where you can just contact Citadel and say like, hey, you know, I want to create this game and I want to, you know, build it on your platform. You know, they're going to ask for all kinds of motivation, and as far as I know right now, they're not dealing with any of that because they have their hands full with the stuff that they're doing. But I think they should probably be applying a bit more resources into you know, checking in with people who are interested in using Legends of Aria, the platform, to make their own games. Because if there were 3 or 4 or 5 different games, like worlds or stories or whatever, that you can, like, think of it as like a D&D campaign, right? If there were some options for what you could play, and all you had to do was buy Legends of Aria to play them, you know, you effectively have, you know, 3 or 4 times as much content for the same price. It's a much better value proposition, and each of the communities will be drawing their own kind of player, and they'll all be funneling through, you know, through Citadel Studios, you know, making sales for Legends of Aria, which means they'll have more money, more resources, and they can do more of the things that they're trying to get done. So cloth padded helm was the previous thing we made. We need linen helm. So with 40 we got from 72 to 72.3. So we could easily do like another 100. Hey Slime Mobo, how's it going? You staying up late tonight? I'm assuming you don't have to do anything tomorrow, although maybe you have to stream. You're still deciding. Padded helm. No, I don't think we're going to do any of those, so we're going to submit this one and hope we get lucky again. Let's hope we get lucky. Leather saddle, cloth padded chest, and dress. Oh, you've also been having issues. Yeah, it's quite unfortunate when that happens. Sometimes you just... Ooh, linen leg... Oh, no, I think we have linen legs. Oh, we got a decent threads though, because we did. Clear casting. 3,500. I made one extra one, so now I'm gonna have to carry it around. So we got no... So it looks like we didn't get any fabrication things, so I'm gonna back all this up. Let me just see. I think I need arrows. So I've been crafting crates actually. which means I probably don't have any wood. So I'm going to chop these 4 trees, make arrows out of it, and then I'm going to drop that off for my tamer, so that I don't have to buy arrows, and then we're going to switch to the tamer. I don't like to just stay on my crafter for too long, because you eventually get to a point where there's you run out of resources or orders, and then you have to start just kind of grinding, and yeah, I don't think that's too entertaining unless I'm getting close to a threshold where you start crafting something else and I have to go shopping for recipes and things like that. So I'm just keeping an eye on how much wood I'm getting from each chop. I've gone up from 71, 72 up to 76. And I'm getting 2 wood a little bit more often now, but I'm still getting 1 wood more often than 2 wood, I think. So judging by that, I don't think 80 is where we'll hit the constant 2 wood. I think it's probably 85. Yeah, I was thinking of maybe streaming some Borderlands 3 tomorrow during the day. I'll probably end up having a Minecraft stream at night. My fiance is studying, so chances are, I won't have to do anything else during the day. So I'm thinking I might play a little bit of Borderlands. So I might keep an eye open. Although, I mean, you're so far ahead of me now that I think if we co-op, then it's going to be a little bit weird, because I think we'd have to tweak the settings to have the individual loot drop. I think I read how it works. I'm not 100% sure. But there's the way that the enemies don't level adjust, and then there's the shared loot, so it's free for all, or the one where it's instance loot. So that would I want. This I'm going to put away, and I think that can go in the fabrication. So can that. Actually, I need to get these. I don't actually know which ones. I don't even know which ones I have and don't have anymore. Let's drop the gold. And then one board. Yeah, okay. So let's see, is there anything else I need to send to the other character? I guess bandages. Oh, this is a new. Didn't have that before. This is going to be so much bandages, actually. But I just want to take all the supplies so that if I switch, then I don't have to spend gold with my tamer. Yep. Okay. So let's make cloth. Oh, this is going to be a lot, actually. 52 cotton is going to give me 250 cloth, and 250 cloth is going to give me like 1,000 bandages. Now I'm tempted to not craft it and just buy it, because I mean this will be free effectively, but it'll take long. Maybe I just make like 500 bandages. So I just make 100 bolts of cloth, and then I make 100 bolts of cloth, and then I make the bandages from that, and then that should be more than enough. I'll probably only use about 250 bandages anyway. Oh, I just noticed we have 2 more followers. If I remember correctly, my follower count was on like 47 or something when I started the stream. So I think we're like one follower away from what we need for affiliate. And then we just need the average viewership requirement. Oh, I made too much cloth. I knew I was going to do that. So this is where having 2 accounts is quite handy, because you can have one account do this, which is basically a hands-off thing. It just takes long, and then your other account could like carry on playing. But just because I find it useful to sign in with Steam, I think I'm going to avoid having the 2 accounts thing. It's definitely beneficial to have if you needed like 2 characters. So like I have 3 characters set up, but I mainly play with 2 of them. I play with my crafter and my archer tamer, and then my 3rd character is a mage. But the mage consumes reagents and stuff, so you know, it costs gold to make gold, kind of thing. I guess is also true of the tamer, but the tamer, the arrows and bandages that you use, you can craft. So there's an easy way to get it from resources rather than buying it. So it offsets the gold cost that you have to get loot. But obviously the mage will end up being like, I think, more effective than the archer, even with the taming combination, especially if you add, so I might add to my mage barding for like mana regen and stuff, and I think in that case it's definitely going to be more effective at like high-end content. So you know, if we're running in groups, or if we want to solo like drakes and stuff, like we'll be able to do that with a mage. I don't know if we'll be able to do it with a tamer. So if you're just having those 2 characters, like your crafter and your main, you know, combat type character, whether it's a tamer, an archer, or a tamer bard, or if it's a mage or a mage bard or mage tamer or whatever, having those 2 on separate accounts actually can work quite well. And obviously if you just buy a 2nd account, right, so it's a once-off cost, it's not a monthly cost. So with a lot of games, like the monthly cost makes it hard. So when I used to play EVE Online, I used to have separate accounts, I think 2 or 3, and I would actually play with all 3 accounts at the same time. So I would be logged in with all 3, and I'd like do whole mining expeditions on my own. Because I'd have my Hulk or my Orca, and I'd have all my 2 mining ships, or my mining ship and my defense on another account. So it was a little bit tricky with all the screens and everything to manage it, but it can be done. The problem with that is then you have the monthly fee for all the accounts, whereas since this has just a once-off cost per account, it's actually more feasible to do it. So I'm going to make bandages till about 500. I don't want to go too far because it's, I don't want to sit here for another 15 minutes making bandages, especially since we'll have enough. I think I have 100 or 200 bandages on that character already anyway, but I will at some point take a bunch of cloth and just make like a lot of bandages, like 1,000, and just like hand it over to the other character. It's one of those things that you can craft this like while you're working or something. You just open the computer, start it crafting, and then wait. So that you have it the next time you need to. Hunting knife, does it have durability? 19 of 20. So I guess making bandages does take up durability. I think our skills, we're at like 590 or something, but then we dropped animal law, and we can drop animal taming as well. We don't really need it anymore. We kind of just had it to have an initial ability to tame horses, so we could tame the horses and buy the saddles. But I think now we're basically at the point where it's no longer an issue. We have the other tamer, and if we really need horses at this point, we can try and find a tamer and just pay them for it. It's not a major inconvenience. We can't transfer horses from our one character to our other one, but we can just try to buy them from someone, or if we need to, we can find somebody, transfer them some horses, and say like, if you transfer these 4 horses for me to another character, you can keep the 5th one, or something like that. Now we're going to have the same problem. We're going to hit a whole bunch of raid trees on the way. I'm just kind of training myself to always harvest raid trees and always harvest cotton. But the disadvantage is whenever you're trying to do something, like if you need the cotton for something, you don't see a lot of them. But when you're trying to get somewhere and do something, then all of a sudden there's cotton and red trees everywhere. Try to stick the path. Kawaii! Thank you for the host. Hi, how's it going? I swear I just saw a red tree. It was my imagination. Oh no, it's just a light on this tree. You having a good morning? Ooh, there's a black bear, but I want the cotton. I think. Yeah, he still harvests it even if they hit you. Seems fine. I just don't want him to knock me off my horse, because the horse actually takes like a sort of durability damage. Oh, was this always here? We didn't. Now it says for sale. I don't think this was here before. Because this is actually a little bit close to our house. But I just want to be able to like resize it to the maximum size. So hopefully I can still do that, because this tree is the like the extent to where we need to resize it to, I think. Oh no, sorry, it's not that tree, it's this tree. So we need to just push it out to that direction and to this direction, and then on this side it goes up to the rock, I think. Here it can go a little bit this way. I think it can even go over that rock. So if somebody does build like on this side right next to us, we can always push out that way. But I kind of want to have the plot be like this. Okay, last tree to harvest. Because this rock here is like has a bandit camp on the other side. So this is the only way that you can go through between this section and that section without going through the bandit camp. So we might be like kind of blocking traffic a little bit here. But I think it might be beneficial, because then if this is our plot, people might be coming past here, you know, in order to get there. So what do we want to... Oh, I'm an idiot. I didn't make the arrows. Okay, that's fine. I'm not going to bother with the arrows. I'll buy arrows if I need to. The rest of the stuff doesn't matter. I want this all for this character. I wanted the arrows, but I don't have it, so that's fine. So we'll do that, and then we'll log out here, so that if the other character has cotton or anything on them, they can drop it off there as well, so that I can collect it with that character the next time. I'm good. Like I said, we have a holiday tomorrow, so today was kind of like a funny day where it's like people weren't really working too hard or getting too much done. It is kind of like the Skyrim bandit camps, right? They've got the wooden palisades around it, and if you go in there, they all chase you. So let's see. I have 400 arrows, which is kind of enough for now. How many bandages do I have? Only 87, so we definitely needed some bandages. That's a lot of bandages, though. Get out of the house before you get stuck. Oh, did you already get stuck? Pets get stuck so easily. Come. Wow, okay. So the small house has its drawbacks. Namely, everybody gets stuck all the time. Let's wait 15 seconds. That should move them out of there. There we go. And they should be able to follow me again. Yes. So let's just see if there's anything that I need to drop off. Nope. Nothing there. So let us see if we get... let me actually just see where my skills are. I kept trying to figure out... ooh, all these things have moved. So let's get new panels, so we know that we have all of them. Should be 5 of them. I like to kind of have them all together so that I can focus on them when I need to heal. And I like to have it close to my name, because then if I need to see whether I need to heal myself or my pets, I can just kind of like heal and go down here and figure out who needs it. Okay, so as you can see, we spent a bit of time training. The rat. I don't know if the statue takes durability when you mount and unmount the whole time, or only when it gets attacked. But it is a little bit annoying that that durability keeps going down. I'm happy to spend, I don't know what I spent on, I think I spent like 1,000 gold or something on it. I'm very happy to spend 1,000 gold again. No, I haven't played Dark Souls, but obviously Dark Souls has quite a cult following. It's kind of like inspired a genre of games. That's the, like, you know, the very unforgiving, you know, very difficult style of gameplay. People find very rewarding when you get it right. Obviously, quite frustrating if you don't. But I think that's what makes you enjoy it so much when you do get it right, because you know you didn't just get it right because the game was going to let you get it right eventually. Like, you had to work for it. So yeah, so we've been healing a lot. We've been trying to get our beast mastery up. So the graveyard caps us at 58, so our archery and beast mastery can't go above 58. So we've been kind of going around taming things to try and get our taming up. I think it was at 47, we got it up to 49. And in the process, when we found any like enemies that were higher level, we would attack them with our animals. And if we found trolls, which are you know, quite a bit tougher than where our skills are, we attack them with the bears, and we shoot at them to get our archery up a little bit as well. So that's why our beast mastery is above our archery. But what we're really trying to do is find a reliable place to get our beast mastery, archery, and vigor, which vigor is also tied to attacking when you use archery, up to like much higher than 58. And I know the giant beetles in the oasis is one place where we can do that and get it up to like 85 fairly quickly. But so there's two reasons why that's a problem. The one is it's a PvP area, so we're going to get attacked. The second reason is giant beetles are also like the best thing to tame from 61 onwards on animal taming. So we're going to end up spending a lot of time there taming once we get to 61. So we might as well, I wanted to chop this tree now, but I don't need to do that. We might as well get our animal taming up to 61 as quickly as we can, so that we can do all of this together. So we'll either do that, get our taming to 61 and then get everything up there, or we might go there and get our combat skills up to whatever it caps out at there, like 85, and then go and do our taming somewhere else to get it to 61 and then go back there again. That way, when we're doing the taming there, we'll be much safer because our combat skills will be at like, you know, 85 or whatever. But either way, the trick is to get our taming to 61. We need to do something else, and whether or not having our combat skills at 85 is going to make getting our taming up easier or not, that's the question really. So one of the things that I was thinking is I have an average animal taming score. Like, if you combine these scores and take the average. Yeah, I mean, the problem with PvP in a world like this is It's not so much that it's PvP, it's the fact that the people that are doing PvP are all at max skill level. And so in a lot of ways, you can't fight back yet. And that's what makes it frustrating, because you know, you could be completely prepared, and they'll get you. Even if it's one-on-one, they'll get you every time. Like, basically, you'll miss them, you'll always miss them, and they'll always hit you, and they'll do a lot of damage, right? And so that's kind of frustrating, because the only thing that you can do is run away. But I mean, player killers really enjoy that, because it makes it easy for them, right? So, and in this game, obviously, if you die, you know, all your stuff drops. So everything that you have, you know, all your pets will die, all the gold that you have on you, all your resources that you gathered, everything is going to stay there, and the person gets it. That's why they're trying to kill you. So if we do that, we'll go in with like maybe just like the pets, and because we can get more brown bears, they're easy to tame now. And in fact, taming more brown bears is a good thing. That's what we want to do. But we'll just take like a bunch of arrows, like maybe 1,000 arrows and a bow and some bandages, and we'll just see how many things we can kill before somebody gets us. And obviously, the longer we stay there, the higher our skills go, the safer we become. But we'd probably focus on getting our archery up first, so that if somebody attacks us, we can single target damage them to try and stop them, which won't work anyway, but will hurt them more at least. And then once our archery is full, we'll then try to have the bears fight the beetles, so that the beast mastery can go up. We need beast mastery to be above 61 anyway, to be able to control the beetles once we can tame them. But we're so close already, we're at like 60.6. So by the time our animal taming is at 60, which is still a ways off, we'll definitely have it. And so I don't necessarily think that that's so much of an issue. We don't really need our combat skills to be much higher as much as we need our animal taming to be higher. And the other way to get our animal taming up is, if our average is at about 53, I think, we can tame large spiders. And so right now our average is there. Our average is like 55, but our taming isn't high enough for it to be successful. So what I want to try and do is get my taming up, and I have this idea to bring my animal law down close to what I need to have as an average in order to fail a lot, so that I can keep taming and get more skill gains. I don't know if that'll work, but I have a theory that that might work. But in order to do that, we need to also have taming high enough that if I bring animal law down, my average should still be above the thing, while having the taming above the requirement. So currently what we're taming is brown bears, and the requirement for that, if I'm just checking, brown bears are 41.1. And so what we're looking for is the next thing that's easy to tame, that has like the next difficulty up from brown bears, that's passive. Now there isn't really anything passive up to great heart. Great hearts are passive, but they're at 59.1. There are some things in between, like the large spiders are at 52, so that's the next thing, literally the next thing after brown bears. So from 41.1 you have to get all the way to 52 animal taming before you can even tame anything else. But the large spiders take up 4 slots, so you can't tame a bunch of them, you can only tame one. And that makes it hard, because then you have to release it to tame another one, and then you have to kill it without pets and stuff like that. So the large spiders are not great. The grey wolves and that we see in the area is 53.1, so we could tame those if we get to 53.1 animal taming. But they're aggressive, so we'll need to use our pets for that. But that should be fine. They spawn mostly one at a time, so we can take one bear and have him tank the wolf and then tame it and just keep healing the bear, and that's great because that's going to bring our animal law and our healing up. Which, of course, if we're doing it that way, we'll be locking our animal law to 53 point, like maybe 53.2 or 53.5 or something. Well, I don't think you can lock it to points value, so we'll be locking it at 54. And so the animal law won't actually go up, but our animal taming will go up. So that's the strategy. So we can do that, or we can do the ranger taming quests. Now there used to be an issue where like you could only have 5 pets, and the one that you were riding counted as one, I think. So I always used to tame 4 and leave the 1 slot open for the one that I'm riding, which gave me the advantage of being able to tame something if I have a quest to tame something. So I'm going to see if I can do this. We want the whatever the highest thing is, and that's usually the bears. I think the bears are 40 plus. So let's see, of the ones that are not the bears. Where's the... Oh, it's not on this page, it's on the missions page. So let's check the missions page. Sorry, I need to set up a scene that shows like my browser, so that people can see when I'm looking this stuff up. So chickens, Heinz chickens. So Heinz is the one under bears, and that's Heinz is also 40 plus. Okay, so Heinz or bears are the same. So we'll take Heinz. These have a time limit, so when you take it, like, you have to be ready to do it. And the thing on the map doesn't always show immediately, so that's very far. That's going to take us a while to get to. This is my main issue with doing these quests. They do spawn a bunch of things for you to tame. The strongest pet in the game, I think it's the wyvern. There is actually, so there's a dread, which is kind of like a demonic horse type of thing. That's harder to tame than the wyvern. But I don't know if it because you can ride it. But I don't know if it's actually, you know, a stronger pet in terms of fighting. I imagine it would be. I mean, they would probably give you the advantage, but I think most people, I don't think most people will use it to fight just because the risk of losing it, if it's that hard to tame. Because I think you don't just need the skill level to be able to tame it. You also need to find one to tame, and I don't think it's easy. I'm not actually sure where you tame them. But I think for the most part the wyvern is the thing that... oh, what am I doing? I'm going to the portal. I need to be running to the eastern frontier. And we have 40 minutes to do it. But realistically, if we want to be efficient with the taming, like if we want to get as much taming skill as possible, 40 minutes isn't the limit that we should be looking at. We should be looking to get like the shortest amount of time possible. So I'll stop for cotton, but I'm not going to stop to tame anything. I'm not going to stop to chop trees. I'm not going to, you know, do any of that stuff. And the only reason I'm gathering cotton is because it's a mission to gather it when you need it. Like when you need cotton, there's no like one spot that you can go and just get cotton. You have to run around looking for it the whole time. Ooh. Pretty sure he didn't mean to attack those bandits. Cotton. But I think there's also a certain appeal to just running around with a wyvern. I think it definitely looks more intimidating than, you know, just having like a dark smoking horse or whatever it looks like. My bear still coming? Yes. See, so these great hearts are right here, and they're passive, so they're really good to tame when you get to 59. I actually think it's probably this it'll probably take longer because they're further apart than the beetles are. But they're kind of all over, so like you can see wherever I'm running there's great hearts here. So I think that might actually be, and especially since you can tame them at 59 and not at 61, you'd probably want to definitely start taming them at 59.1 or whatever to try and get to 61 anyway. I'm seeing all these red trees and not chopping them down. It's like I've conditioned myself to do it, now I have to condition myself not to do it. Great hard corpse. I'm not even gonna like if I find corpses and stuff, I'm not gonna skin it for leather or any of that stuff. I think I need to split off this way because I think that one's gonna go to the troll bridge. And this kind of looks like a path. So here's the large spiders. What am I? Oh, okay. So grizzly bears are the thing that we have to worry about here. Grey wolves. Grizzly bears aren't too tough. We can manage to fight them. So oh, so there's hinds. I don't want you to mess with them. So I'm going to get rid of it. Luckily the bears are immune to stun and troll stun, so okay, let me heal that bear if I can. I don't want to lose him. Oops, he's running away. There we go. Because this is right where we need to be. And I think we're probably going to also grab the spider, because that's also a higher skill level than we currently are. And I'm going to let the beasts do it so that they get the skill, and then I'll heal them to keep them alive. Yeah, I'm not sure if they're hard to find. I'm assuming they are, but you know, it definitely has like the status thing that, you know, they're the hardest thing to tame. So, you know, if you see somebody running around with a dread, you know they're badass, basically. So hinds aren't normally aggressive, so I'm thinking that these won't be. Oh, I need to switch to that. Yeah, okay. So that's exactly what I thought. Even though I'm not going to end up controlling it, I need to have a free slot to be able to tame it. So I'll just keep 4 bears. That's really good. So there is a 40 plus level one that doesn't have aggressive ones, because them not being aggressive makes it go much faster. And if they're the same skill level, because these are the same skill level as bears, but but with bears I have to find another bear, tame it, get rid of one of the bears that I have. These, I just tame it and then it disappears, so I don't have to go through that whole process of getting rid of one of my pets every time I want to tame one, and it spawns a whole bunch of them when I take the mission. Oh, I failed, but I got a skill gain, so that's good. What's the time at? 31. So it'll probably take us 5 minutes to tame all of these. So you basically get, what's it, 6 tames in 15 minutes. I guess we still have to go back then as well, so it's going to be another like 7 or so minutes to go back. But we're also getting like, so we get I think these things typically spawn further away from town every time, so we'll typically always go through an area where there might be some trolls or spiders or whatever, and we'll obviously pick up some cotton along the way, so we do get some, you know, we get some gold and other benefits as well, or some resources for crafting. Like right now that's going into skill points for our crafter, but eventually we'll convert that into gold, because we'll be crafting things that we can sell. So I'll see how it goes. I mean, we basically have to do this. Brown bears are at like 41, so since we're at like 49 skill points, we tame them too fast. It succeeds too quickly, and so it takes really long to get the skill points. So we could bring our animal law down to like something ridiculously low, so to make our average about 41. And I mean, I guess that would be a good way to test the theory, right? If I bring my animal law down to you have tamed headstrong. Oh, so now I'm done, and then they disappear. Okay. So it's a little bit annoying because it spawns a few more than you need to tame to finish it. It would be nice if they leave them there so that you can tame more. And the gold reward is negligible, I guess, if you can put it that way. 200 gold it really doesn't make a difference. The grizzly bears are a slightly higher skill level than... Oh. Okay, let's do this. Why are they not attacking it? Oh, I can't see it, so they won't listen to me when I do it. I want to get rid of all of this because of the cotton. So I want to stop shooting it and start healing. The spiders are fairly nice to fight because they don't drop. They basically just drop gold, not other stuff. So you don't fill up your backpack with a whole bunch of garbage that you then have to sell afterwards to get the gold back. You just end up with gold. So I believe there is a spot where there's a whole bunch of spiders. In the Black Forest, but I don't think it's those large spiders. I think it's the hunters and huntresses. So basically that large spider that the person had in the town earlier. And they're also good for taming. So let's run away from that grizzly. We've had all the grizzly we want for today. Might just heal that bear. So if we wanted to tame something that was at like 41 and we wanted to make it harder, we should be able to take our, if we want to bring our average down to 41 or 42, we can take, 7 points off of that. So we need 7 points less than 42. So then we'd bring it down to 35. If we bring our animal law down to 35, our average would be just above what we need to tame it. We'd fail almost all the time, which means we can find one brown bear and continuously tame it to get our animal taming up. And we'd basically keep our animal law locked at 35. And once our animal taming is high enough to get the next animal, then we would unlock our animal law to go up to basically the same thing, so that our average is what it needs to be to do that. But that's quite a big jump, because then we have to go from 41 to, if we're going for the next passive animal, it'll be 59. So we'd have to get our animal taming up all the way to 59, and when it's at 59, it'll be almost 20 above this, so our animal law would actually have to be 20 below 41, which would mean 21. And so afterwards, when we wanted to get it back to 59, we'd have to bring our animal law all the way up from 20 something to 59, which that's going to take really long, even though it'll go twice as fast, or much faster, because we've had it high before. I don't want to push it that low, so that's why I'm trying to get my animal taming to the next level that it needs to be, so that I can bring the animal law down just a little bit. I wasn't sure if there was cotton there, because I just saw a whole bunch of white flowers and stuff there. So unfortunately, that's going to mean getting our animal taming to 59, I think, and then we'll pull down our animal law to whatever it needs to be just above that. So once we hit the minimum of 59.1, we can put the animal law down to 60, and then when we hit like 60 with animal taming, we can bring the animal law down to 59, and so on. So we keep it at like the point that we will keep the average at the point that we want it to be. The problem is, with anything statistics related, it's really hard to know if it's working, because there's a lot of randomness in it. So you might have 30 taming attempts and get no skill points and not successfully tame it, and think that it's not, like, that you can't tame it, or that it's not working. But meanwhile, you had a really high chance of getting a skill gain and a really low chance of successfully taming it. You just had bad luck on those 30 attempts. And it's really hard to tell. Like, you really have to do like hundreds of attempts before you can kind of definitively say that, okay, it doesn't work, or the rate is high or the rate is lower. The best way to confirm it would be to approach a Citadel dev and ask them, hey, if I did this thing, would it work? But that kind of goes against the whole, figuring the game out, right? Getting a dev to tell you how the code is implemented is kind of like the cop-out way to find it. Now, another thing that we can maybe do is, it might be that the missions, the ranger missions from the rancher missions from this town goes quite far away. So you can see we actually spend a lot of time running there and running back, especially with the gathering of the cotton and the stuff. So I mean, we did that whole thing and we got 0.1 skill, I think. If we get 0.1 skill every half an hour, it's going to be we need like another 10 points, which means 20 hours of doing that. Probably more, because it slows down. But what might be worth checking out is if the ranchers in the other towns. Oh, I got a. What skill went up? Oh, I did more bounties. I did 10. It gives me another. How much renown did that give me? Another 40. Oh, that's the only renown I have is that 50. Okay. So headstrong bears is the toughest one, but that's not. Let's see if the. The mission. So the bears is the other 41. But the bears are the aggressive ones. So I'm assuming this works like craft orders in that you can wait and then get a different set. And so it might be better to get the hinds every time. But I think since the headstrong bears are 40 plus, we can take it. If there's no bears or hinds, if there's only the lower ones, the chickens or the rats, I think then we don't take it. And so this time it's going to be up to the north. And this is like, so it's right by the bandit camp. So it's actually right by our house. So we know that route fairly well. And it's a little bit closer than the other one was. There we go. Just need to get rid of that tooltip. So it's nice that they have this, because if you don't know where to go or what to tame or whatever, then this is nice because it gives you, kind of gives you an option to like always have something to tame. And always have an option that's like kind of in your skill range. But I think in the long run, especially when you get close to the higher levels, I don't know if this is necessarily going to be the most efficient way to do it. I think right now, if I had to say whether or not it's worth it to do this at the level that I am at now, I would say it probably is, for the simple reason that one of the groups that it spawns at my level is passive, and so that's really giving it an edge, taming passive mobs that if there aren't passive mobs. But you could argue that these brown bears are level 41.1 and they're passive, so you know, you could kind of get the same result taming them, and it's fairly predictable where they are. They don't spawn in a group as big as the ones that they spawn for the mission, but then you don't have to run there and back to town every time you want to tame them. And so that run time, this 5 minutes that it takes us to get here and the 5 minutes that it takes us to get back, probably makes up for the convenience of having 5 of them in one spot, right? There probably are, if you go to the area where they spawn, there is probably like 5 of them around there. They're just not like all together. Oh, somebody's got a little house here. So this is where it gets a little bit tricky, because now we have to tell that one to attack that bear so he gets aggro. Then after he gets aggro, tell them to follow us, and then he should just tank it, and that guy better not attack us. And so they changed. There was a way to tame aggressive animals by having them attack you, and then you like walk around a tree to break line of sight, and then they would they would kind of decide, oh, I can't get to him, and then they stop attacking you. But then you can still tame them through the tree. So they kind of leave you alone, but you can still tame them. But I think they fixed that now. If you try and tame them and you can't see them, they say you've lost line of sight, or they say you can't see that. Which is fair. I don't think it was ever meant to work that way. So that was kind of an exploit. There's also a way where you can, with archery, you can do the same thing, where you can like stand behind a, like if there's like an obstacle in the way, you can stand behind it in such a way that the enemy doesn't know whether or not the left way around the obstacle or the right way around the obstacle is shorter. So it just kind of like stands in the middle and tries to decide which way to go, and it never goes anywhere. And then you can still shoot it. So like that's obviously also not meant to be that way. But people can abuse that to get their archery skill up to like, 100 fairly easily if you get the right enemies that do that. That bear, it keeps looking like he's coming to attack this one. But until he actually attacks it, I'm not going to bother with him. Okay, so it's tamed. So I'll heal him. And now I'll command him to attack that bear. Oh. Commanded the wrong bear to do it. Stay here until he attacks him, and then I'm going to say follow, which will stop him from attacking him, and then I'm going to start taming him. So these, even though they're aggressive, if you have a pet that's strong enough to take the damage and not die too quickly, it doesn't really matter that they're aggressive, so long as you can get them one at a time and you have the strong pet. So there are like the spiders and stuff that are, 52 and 53 or whatever it is. We could be taming them effectively, if we do it right. If we can find them one at a time, right? So let's just get him decent aggro. And so like here, they didn't spawn together. So they're all a little bit away from each other, so you can do them one at a time, and then it's actually fine. Oh, that actually worked first time. So let's get him to attack him. And we're going to go over here. We don't want that one to get aggro. We only have to tame 5, so I think this is the 4th one or the 5th one. I think this is the 4th one. We're doing a little bit better on time because it was a little bit closer. So we have 32 minutes left, and we've already tamed like 3 of them. We've got a skill point, so that's good. Now both of those bears are attacking the same one, so I can just keep healing him. He shouldn't be attacking back. Okay, good, he's not attacking back anymore. So we've got one animal taming tick, but we also got animal law. So for these missions, one of the advantages is, I don't know what the skill checks are like on this. It says 40 to 60 skill, but I'm guessing what they're doing is they're setting the skill roughly to where you are. I don't know if they're like setting it to 40. because then obviously as you get further with the 40, as you get closer to 60, your gains from these missions will slow down. But then once you hit 60 and you can do the 60 missions, they should speed up again. You know, which is kind of funny. You kind of want the missions to be kind of close as possible. But I think that might be the case because it's much harder to tame those bears than it is to tame these bears, and these bears are 41 skill level, which makes me believe that those bears are like kind of spawned in at a skill level that's difficult for me. So like not, I'm guessing what they do is there's a point at which they tell you like this pet is like almost impossible to tame, right? And a lot of times you want to try taming that, especially if it's a passive animal. You want it to be almost impossible to tame so that you can continue to tame the same animal. But I think what they do is they spawn those bears in at the difficulty that's just outside that point. So it's like it's hard to tame, but not like very, very hard to tame. So you know, so long as you do it the right way, you shouldn't have issues. But you do have to, like, you know, tame it as if it is, you know, a animal that would be, you know, something that you would want to tame in the wild. So something that's strong enough that it's a challenge for you. And if that's the case, it means the transition from, say, 40 to 60 is going to be much smoother because it's going to always be like at the skill point that you want it to be. And if that's the case, then for sure, definitely you should be using those missions. And I suspect that is the case. So what we might do is just keep on doing those, like kind of all the way through, and then we'll what we'll do is when we get to the points where we can tame a new type of animal, we'll just go and actually tame that animal so that we have it. You know, we won't necessarily tame it over and over to get skill gains. And so, like right now, brown bears are like kind of like the thing that we can have as pets. And I think the next thing, like I said, is at 59. What is it at 59? Keep forgetting. It's the Great Hearts. And you can tame coyotes at 65, but at 61 you get the giant beetle. So I would say the Great Hearts, okay, sure, you can tame them, but I don't think they're strong. Like I one-shot the Great Hearts with my bow and arrow. At least I did, even at like almost level 40 skill. And I don't know if their stats change when you tame them, but my guess is, you know, they're not going to be that strong. So we'll probably skip the Great Hearts. We'll go with the missions until we get to around 60, and then we'll unlock the next mission, which I think after the hinds and bears, you get wolves and bears that are tougher, and then obviously both the wolves and the bears are aggressive, so that'll go a little bit slower. But once we get to about 61, we should be able to tame the beetles, and I think at that point it will make sense. Oh wow, rats and chickens? No, I'm not going to do either of those. I want to stick to the 40 to 60 skill, or 40 plus skill. I don't really know what they say. The skill required is 40 plus. I think that's just to get the mission. So I don't know if you take, say, the rats or the chickens, which are obviously meant to be easier. If you're at like 90 skill level and you take the rats or the chickens, will they even give you skill gains? I actually wonder. So what I'm going to do is, if I don't get one of the two types of missions that I'm willing to do at the rancher, I'm going to go to another village and then check the missions there. Now I'm going to try Eldia just because it's kind of central and close. But Eldia isn't convenient to travel between because the gate is kind of out of the way from the town. So it's kind of close, but you have to run in the opposite direction and then turn around and then come back. And there's a whole bunch of bears there that can like attack your pets and stuff. So it's not ideal. But the reason why I'm trying Eldia first is I want to see when I take the hinds or the bears mission, the 40 plus missions from the rancher, where it sends me. And if it sends me closer, I'm happy to do the little runaround thing to get into the town, because ultimately if I end up coming here and I start doing the missions here, and I do 4 or 5 of them here, I'll only be doing the trip to the town once, which is kind of the out of the way thing once. But if I have short runs, like if I can do them in 10 minutes here as opposed to 15 minutes at the other town, it'll be worth it. So the real question is where. I don't even think I know where the ranch is. I think it's over here. I think the woodsmith is here and he's somewhere here. Let's see. Because here's the, yeah, exactly. So he's here, so let's see what they have. So they've got bears at least. Okay, good. So that's something. Alright guys, just give me a quick second. I'm just gonna go for a quick bathroom break. I'm not gonna make coffee or anything. I'm just gonna go to the bathroom. So I'll be back in like 2 minutes, and then we can go see where these bears are hiding. Back in a sec. I was I was thinking exactly the same, Kawhi. There is a command. I'm just trying to figure out what it is. I'll tell you what it is. Um, I was gonna try and figure out what it was, um, and then I thought, let me not have the be right back last longer. Um, betting. What? No, no, no. That's not what that is. It's commands. Default. Raffles. Queue. Loyalty. Let's see. Okay, so there isn't, I don't think there's the, oh yeah, there's a name run. Yeah, it should be there. Gamble amount. Nope, that should be on. Why is it not on? The permission is set to everyone. There isn't a switch to turn it on and off. The dual thing is there as well. Settings. Betting. Nope. Maybe the module is... Oh, here we go. Gamble on. Heist on. Dual slots. Okay, and chat alerts are off. Okay, so now it should work. And deal. Cool. So now at least when I go away, you guys can gamble. Not that I promote gambling, just saying it's an option. Okay, what was I gonna do? Bears. Oh, you won. There you go. So now, what's top points? Is that what it is? Or was it just top? You're number 6 now. I need to remove some of the the Streamlabs and stuff. I can set their points to 0, but obviously they'll just earn more points. So I want to set them to be blacklisted so they don't gain points. Because all the stuff, Host Me Raffle, Rare Drop Multi-Viewer and stuff, I think most of these are bots. Okay, I just realized I don't know the terrain here nearly as well, so, and I don't have the map, so I guess we just this is how we're going to find out where things are. Ooh, there's a nice little merchant right here if we need llamas or bears. Oh, there's a massive rock formation in the way here, so now I don't know how to get there. Because it said due west, but we can't go directly west. Looks like there's a bunch of recipes at this store. Yeah, I'm lazy. I normally just copy it from the it tells you like what the commands are. I normally just copy and paste it. Whoa, that is weird. This is like on the second floor or something, and it's like shifting out or something. I don't know. No. Attack the rat, yes. Don't attack my bears. So this looks like a road, so I think this is the way we should be going. Cotton. Oh yeah. Sly's marvelous midnight snacks. You see, I can't do midnight snacks. I would ruin it. I would just go and like make popcorn or something. You know, just something terrible. Oh yeah, and tonight, like, public holiday tomorrow means like you can stay up as late as you want, right? Oh, when I was younger, I used to do that steak sandwich. I see that's not a midnight snack. That's like a proper meal. Oh. Oh, do we think it's going to be this side of the wall? Here we have brown bears and ooh, and bandits even. I'm even gonna attack the bandit just cause I don't like his face. I scoff at your general direction. Okay. Gold. Yeah, that's cool. Gold is nice. Some of these areas are like nice and open, and you can see that they intended for people to build houses here. Like if you look at the minimap there, you can see there's like a nice open area with no road and no rock outcroppings, and it's even clear of trees, right? So it's like meant for like a player town or something. Oops, I'm going the wrong way now. Yeah, what a lot of people do is they like gamble all and then they win and then they go, oh, I just doubled my money or whatever, right? And they think if I do it again, I'll double my money again. But if you keep doing it, eventually you'll end up with zero, right? I mean, that's just how the odds work. Oh, I'm right here. I might as well not mount up. So luckily with something like that, I mean, it's just points. It's not a. I don't want that grey wolf to get involved, so I'm going to get that one to attack that. Which one is he attacking? The one with damage already. Do I have that? Yes, okay. Oh. Are they? Oh, no, they're all following. Okay. Wow, you're on a lucky streak. You won the duel. You won the thing. You're still in 6th spot, but you have significantly more now. If I remove the bots, I think you'd be second to me only, because I've got 33.22, and then you've got 17.85. Ooh, that black bear is going to be annoying, so let's tell one of them to attack him. Oh, now they're all going to attack that bear. So what I'm going to do is, while they attack it, I'm going to start taming this one. And I'll just heal whoever needs healing. Oh, and of course, the wolf is going to attack me. Or not. So that bear isn't defending himself, which is great. That's exactly what we want. I actually thought all that stuff was turned on, and I never actually realized it was off. I might need to just add some of those commands into the commands command so that people know about it. What's he going for? The wolf. Get him! Okay, so we got a point of taming. So far we've gotten a point of taming from each time we run the mission. Back with a steak sandwich in tow. Oh, stop taming. Let's see how this fight is going. Up. Wolf didn't make it. Nom 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 nom. Now the question is this bear gonna be it? Yeah. Of course he's gonna be a douche nozzle and attack me. I'm mostly safe if something attacks me. Oh no, I'm not taming him because... Okay, we'll follow. Because if he starts attacking, then it resets my tame on him. Level 17, excellent. I think after like one playthrough, you normally end up at about like level 24, 25. At least that's how they usually do it. So that means you're probably about two-thirds through the story. Unless you've been doing like all the side quests and everything. Oh, we got 2 skill ups. Oh no, that's law. That's fine. Healing and animal law. Oh, okay, so you did this side, so you're probably a little bit further back. Okay, and there should be another one. So let's just do that. Let them tank it. I don't really care who's getting hit by who. If I tame them fast enough, they'll just disappear. So this seems to be roughly the same amount of time to get here as the short one, actually. It actually ended up taking us longer because we had to take out like a bandit along the way, and things started attacking us. But I don't think that it wasn't due to the distance. So So this one's okay. We'll do a couple more here and see if they're all close or if that was just like one of the close ones. I mean, with the amount of bears that we have, we could go walk right into the middle of this area. If there was like 5 or 6 or 8 bears there, we could probably just walk right into the middle of them, have them all attack our bears, and just have them all stand still. We have plenty of time to heal between because our healing is so high, and our animal law is so high as well. And that's what determines how much we can heal them. Like if I heal this bear now, he's going to be full health. It's actually better for me to wait. The only reason why I don't want to wait too long is because I don't want the other one to run out of health while the bandage cooldown is up. And we could actually be healing as much as we want because it gives us, it also gives us skill. I haven't seen the whole story. Because I've only been watching streamers on and off once in a while. But the little bits, the glimpses that I've gotten, it looks like the story's pretty decent. I need 5 and that's not 5, okay. Oh, there's a whole bunch here, so let's do that. Oh, don't attack me, because if you attack me, my bears will hurt you. I don't know how many. I think we tamed 4, so I think this will be the 5th one. Yeah, just hit midnight. So we still have maybe like an hour left of the stream. Yeah, so Sly's being very accurate. He's having his midnight snack like at midnight. We ticked another one, so in this case we ticked more than once, definitely. I think we had 5. And we have so much bandages, we might as well use it. Okay. And then we'll bandage them as we can. And we'll go back. This is kind of open here, so it's nice that there's... As I see the chestnut horses are over here, so if I want the chestnut ones, I must come tame them here. The ones where at Helm are all this type, the dark ones. I like them for pack horses more because they like that way. They kind of look more like the color horse that a miner would like carry all his ores with. I want the cotton, but I don't want to fight them. The bandit might have worthwhile loot, but I'm not gonna. Trying to focus on our goal, which is taming. Wow, look at all the cotton here. Is that a brown bear? I think this might be the equivalent of the spot that I always farm in Helm. Because this has brown bears and bandits. I don't know if it has trolls though. The other spot occasionally has a troll. And some goblins. so we hit the road, but I'm not going to follow the road because I think the town isn't directly along the road. I'm guessing I should probably look into figuring out how to get a map of this area. I guess you buy it. Chicken, chicken, horse, hind. Houses means we're getting close to the road, which means we're getting close to town. Luckily doing this we don't accumulate too much weight, so we can actually do it for quite a while. Oh, this house isn't done yet. This is actually something I can do in the afternoon, right? If you like start playing after lunch and you play for like 4 or 5 hours, like I can do this. It's like it's mostly just running around. Oh, this was where we hit the wall. And so so the road comes just past the wall anyway. So when we hit that road, we might as well follow it. It's good to know. I hope all these bears are okay, they are following me. So this is where we get the thing. So we want the Headstrong Hinds, Soldier's Rest. Soldier's Rest is quite far to the north, I think. It's out that way, but you have to go. So it's there, but you have to go like that and then over. But it's fine. I think there's a road straight there. So I think what we're sometimes doing is we're heading straight towards the thing rather than following the road, and even though it's a shorter route, we're encountering more things along the way, things to fight and things to harvest and loot. So I'm gonna see if I don't do that, if I just follow the road, if I get there quicker. The problem is, if I do end up seeing cotton and stuff off the edge, I'm going to have to go quite fast to pick it up. And you know I'm going to pick it up because I like my loots. But generally when there are all these buildings around the road, it ends up being like quite difficult for things to spawn. Like the plants and stuff don't have a spot to appear. So like here we haven't really seen any cotton. Shinjuku. Oh, cotton. That was worth it though, it was double cotton. And we've got 3 fluffy cotton. And 3 regular cotton. Fox. F-O-X. So I think I was looking at it at my emails this morning that I get like after my stream, and I think after yesterday's stream, I think I had 2 follows in yesterday's stream, which put me at 47 followers, and I think we had 2 follows in this stream as well, which puts us, I think, at 49. I can't really see from where I am now. And we need 50 followers for affiliate. So if we get 1 more follower, we'll hit that goal. And this is on Twitch, not Mixer. So like they each have their individual counts. Mixers doesn't have like the equivalent of affiliate. They only have the equivalent of partner, and that's like it's a very long target. Like there's no point in either bothering to try and get it when you start streaming. But affiliate, yeah. So for affiliate, what we don't have that we need is 50 followers, which means we need one more follower, and then we also need an average of 3 viewers, 3 concurrent viewers across like the lifetime of the stream, or at least the last 30 days. And for the past couple of streams, our average viewership has been 3. So if it just carries on like this for the next 30 days, or if it increases over the next, week or 2, we might hit that goal, before the next 30 days as well. And then when we get affiliate, we get, obviously that unlocks subs and stuff like that, which I'm not too interested in. But it gives us the ability to do VIP status. I think you get your first emote then. So I have to start thinking about, what I want to do as my first emote, and then I can start adding like VIP statuses and stuff to the people that more or less consistently show up. So I'm kind of looking forward to that. Is this Soldier's Rest now? Yes. So this is the region where the thing is, but now we have to find the actual spot. It looks like we'll have to... Oh, that's a pointless bridge. Just want to make sure that I'm going the right way around, because... so it's down there, the road goes in a different direction, but the road might turn and meet up with it, or it might not. So I think I'm going to run there, and if I meet up with the road again, then I meet up with the road again. Oh, plenty of cotton. Oh, there's another bandit. I need to be going that way. Oops, didn't get my bear out. You know what they always say, get your bear out before you start running. I don't know who says that. That's not a useful thing to say. Great hearts, grizzly bears. So this is the higher tier area now. Which means we're going to have to get that grizzly bear to get this cotton. Actually heal them, and I'll grab this. Oh, didn't heal him. And then I'll grab this cotton while they finish off that grizzly. Actually haven't been grabbing the all the stuff from the animals that they've been killing. Like there's been quite a lot of leather that's come from some of the things we've been killing, but haven't been taking it. I should have actually been taking it. Leather isn't something we need right now, but we're going to get to a point where we've crafted everything from cloth that's going to increase our tailoring skill, and then we're going to need leather, and then I don't want to have to go and grind for like thousands and thousands of pieces of leather. Ooh. This we definitely have. I think I'll have plenty of time, so I'm gonna deal with these trolls. Ooh, I'm standing close enough that I can be stunned. That's not what I want. So trolls are in this area. So this is like the mid-tier area, and we can actually come from here as well. So if you just let your pets attack him, it takes much longer, but they'll get more beast mastery skill. And actually, normally I do it with 5 bears. Usually I do it with 5 bears and I help. Just to get my archery up as well. But I feel like it's much easier for me to get my archery up because I can just go and find the enemies and just like shoot at them. Like archery seems to be much easier to manage because it's just single target and you have control over when you start shooting and stop shooting. So I want to get my beast mastery up, especially I want to get it up beyond the skill that it needs to be to control the beetle, which is the next pet that I want to have. So that when I can tame it, I can also actually use it effectively. Now I can get the cotton. We can loot them. The trolls are nice, they also only carry gold. It's like almost 200 gold, so that's nice. But they're a little bit easier to kill with 5 bears. I've just noticed that I have this issue with the summon mount animation, which is supposed to be kind of like a casting a spell type of look. Looks to me like a really awkward dance. I noticed it on my other character, the male character, and I've just seen that on the female character it looks just as ridiculous. It's like they reused the animation for dancing to do the summon. So like, let me show you. If I go say dance, oops, dance, I'm assuming it's gonna have a dance emote. No, they don't even have a dance emote. Okay, when you summon the bear, it looks like a really silly, awkward dance. Doesn't really look like casting a spell or pulling something out of your pockets, or I don't really know what it's supposed to be, where the bear comes from. I guess it's a bear statue, right? So it's like pulling the bear statue out of your pockets and then it coming to life. I don't know. Okay, so this road probably ends up coming back here. So it curves around, but it ends up coming here. And then we probably just have to go this little bit along the rock face to get to this location. So we probably could have gotten here faster. Just following the road and then veering off there. Something attacked me. Wasn't worth it. So I don't know if these hinds are just like normal hinds, like if they have the same level as hinds, and if the headstrong bears have the same level as the normal black bears. It's possible, in which case we definitely want to be taming the bears, not the hinds, when we get the option. Because I'm trying to see now if these definitely tame quicker than the bears. The bears definitely took more attempts, unless we were very lucky on those first two tames. Because the first one took 2, the second one took 1, and this one's taken at least 2 so far. Okay, at least 3. But I feel like the bears took more. Oh, we haven't gotten the skill gain yet. So they're not 100% tame. Like you don't succeed every time, which means we succeeded first time. there's no chance of failure, you don't get skill gains usually. Because if you can't fail, it means you didn't learn anything. And so, yeah, we didn't get any skill gains from that one. So even though the hinds are not aggressive, and they categorize it as like a 40+ mission, I don't think we got skill gains there. So I do think that the hinds are easier than the bears, and we want to be going for the bears. Let's try to do some beast mastery here while we're not on the cooldown. It's a pity that to do these missions you need to have one slot open in order to tame them. Because if we had 5 bears, we could, you know, take care of the trolls and the spiders and things a little bit faster. Let's skin this animal so long. And then I want them to move so I can see the spider. Another thing of cotton, so I'll get that before I'm out. The dire bear, according to the interactive map, I think it puts it. Let me just check where the thing is. Yeah, the one that you ride is the dire bear. Oh, I don't have the interactive map open. The bears that you have, so there's the black bear is the small one, then there's the brown bear after that, and then there's the grizzly bear, which is the big one that we saw a little bit earlier, and then I think after that you get the dire bear, and the dire bear is like, I think the skill level is like 85 or something, and that's the one that you can ride, and it's on one of the shores. I'm not sure if it's, I think it's maybe either here, it's not there, I think the crabs or the giant crabs are there, or there, the giant crab. I think it might be here, is where the dire bear is. So I don't know when the I don't know when the because obviously horses you unlock like basically at the beginning at about 30. I think the dire bear unlocks at about 85. I don't know where the llama unlocks. I imagine the llama is a passive mob, so it's a little bit easier to tame. But I mean the skill level could be whatever. I can actually check it. I have the thing open, so. The llama is at 60 as well, so basically when you can get the beetle, you can get the llama. But I mean it's not so much of an issue because you can buy the llamas as an item, so that means anybody can ride it. You don't need any taming skill to get it. So, and the people that sell them tend to sell them for not a lot of gold anyway. So I don't think going straight to in that direction is going to work because we're going to hit something that we can't pass through. So I'm going to stay on this side of the hill just in case, because otherwise we might end up stuck on that hill and not able to get down, and we have to double back and come all the way back to the spot. So you'll see out in the wilds, quite a lot of the trees will be the red types of trees, because people just don't chop them down. You can see a red tree. Ah, so here's, I think this is the trick. We don't want to go on the left side of that, because then we're going to get stuck. For taming, you mean? No, you don't have to. You can pretty much ignore them and just go tame the thing that you want if you just want to get the thing. I've just been going out into the wild and taming specific things. I'm kind of just trying them out to see how well they work, because a lot of people have said that it makes it easier. So I'm trying to work out, you know, how long does it take, or how much skills you get. I think for the abilities, well, I don't think there are any I don't think they have any taming abilities yet. I think that all the ones that they have are, it's linked to one of these three disciplines: fighter, mage, or rogue. And I think you actually have to have that profession, fighter, mage, or rogue, to unlock it. And then to learn those, you have to do the quest. There's like an event. So obviously you have to do the quest. So if you go to your professions, you'd have to pick up whatever the profession is for that ability. So say fighter, you pick it up, and then you'd have to do the section, journeyman, master, grandmaster, before you can get those abilities. And then as part of this, I think you have to do there's an event that will give you that'll give you a tome that you need to learn the ability. Now I know you don't have to do the event either. Somebody else can do the event, get the tome, and then they can sell it. So you can just buy it if you want. And I think it costs, like, most people are selling it for like between 5 and 10 platinum, I think. So you can skip all that. But I mean, it's really only useful for fighter, mages, and rogues. And since so few people are playing rogue, and fighters aren't that good, it's mostly the mage ones that people want. So I guess if you have a mage, it's probably worth doing, but for everything else you can kind of ignore it. Right now, so my main character was going to be a fighter / crafter, and I just decided to make him just a pure crafter and drop fighting entirely. So he'll kind of like stay in town and do all the you know, crafting and stuff, and all the supplies that I need I'll get from my other characters. I mean, he can go out and chop wood and mine and all that kind of stuff, right? So it's not an issue. And for the cloth and stuff, any character can harvest it, so that's also not really an issue. So he didn't really need the combat skills. Initially what I was thinking is I'll have combat skills, because if he's going to go mine, like I thought it was like Ultima Online, where if you want, like, let's say you want cobalt, right, you'd have to go to a cobalt mine to get it, and then there might be, you know, bears in the mine, or there might be bandits or something nearby, and so you might have to fight every time you want to go mine. And at the rate that they respawn, like, you'd have to fight quite a lot. So I figured it would be worthwhile having combat skills to keep himself safe. But once I figured out that, like, you can basically mine all the ores in Helm's mine without leaving town, and it's 100% safe, there really isn't any reason to keep combat skills on that crafter. Now, if they revamp combat skills and it's fun to play with and so on, I might create a new character that's just a fighter. And I might make something, just to make it a little bit more interesting, I might make like a fighter rogue, or like a, you know, something with like fighting skills and treasure hunting and lockpicking or something, right? Just because you have a couple of slots like free. What I want to, I'm gonna do another one here because I want to get a good sense of like where all the places are that it takes you. That one was a little bit further away, so it wasn't as efficient. But I want to do a couple more just to check how it pans out. The one thing I want to do is go to the inn, wherever that is, and just get some rest, because I don't know if that affects our skill gains. We literally didn't get any. So that's the bear, I think. Oh no, this is a grizzly bear. Yeah, these are the grizzly bears. The dire bear, I think this shares the same model as the brown bears. It's just bigger. Is that bigger than a grizzly? Good. So maybe those are the dire bears. But I mean, the bear that I'm riding now is not that bear. Because I mean, this looks like the brown bear, just slightly bigger. This is the inn, right? Yes. Can I leave town from this side? I think that'll be convenient if I can. See the mission dispatches here. So I'm assuming there's a... Yeah, there's a gate here, but then if we go out this gate, can we just merge paths and go? Yes, exactly, that's what we want to do. So we have an easier way to get to the end. Hi Deadeye, thanks for the follow. So it depends. If you want to be more true to the original UO, what I would recommend is get this game and play on one of the community servers called Legends of Ultima, where they're basically trying to recreate how Ultima Online was. It's not exactly the same because it's in this engine. There's a couple of changes, but that's pretty good, and they're constantly working on it, so they're kind of improving it. And from what I've heard, everybody that plays that enjoys it. Everybody that's you know played UO and liked it has, you know, something that they like about Legends of Ultima. It's not exactly Ultima Online, but you know, some people have made the argument that if you want to play Ultima Online, you still can. You just, you know, play UO Renaissance or Outlands or whatever, you know, the version is that you like to play. This definitely has, I mean, it's unmistakable how much of an Ultima feeling you get when you play it. Even Legends of Aria feels a lot like Ultima. But Legends of Ultima really, like, it brings back the nostalgia. With, you know, obviously a little bit of slightly better graphical interface and performance, and just, you know, a little bit more refined mechanics in some cases. You know, it is still like a pre-release game, so you know there are still some bugs and things, but for where it's at, people seem to be quite happy with Legends of Ultima. And there's no, like, you know, it's the same, there's no subscription fee on this game, so you buy the game for whatever it is. I think it used to be $30, but I think they reduced the price now to $20 or maybe even $15. and then there's no like subscription fee. Like they've added a like an optional, like a premium accounting that you can get, but that only applies um, to the official servers. So if you play on Legends of Ultima, it doesn't even matter. So even getting it isn't going to make a difference. So I personally play on the official servers, but I feel like anybody that's played Ultima Online and wants to play something very similar to it, or they want to play a game that they like because they like Ultima Online, I would recommend that they play Legends of Ultima instead. Because even the skills and everything is kind of mapped around, the skills that Ultima Online used to have. They have a... Where's the fourth one? Did you get distracted, fourth one? Okay. If he didn't die, I'll get him again at some point. It's a little bit hard to navigate through here because there's this like player town effectively here. Slave the Honorable. Interesting choice. So that way. Yeah, I think so. No, looking at the minimap there, I can see this isn't going to work out because this is like an outcropping that I'm not going to get off of. Yeah, I've actually I've tried to keep away from watching too much Legends of Ultima and playing it myself. Because I feel like if I do, I'm going to play that and not play the official one. But the thing to note is, and some people have kind of held off on playing Legend of Ultima for a while, because what they're busy doing is they're re-implementing the whole map from UO in this game engine. So the Legends of Ultima at the moment has custom rules, so they've changed the gameplay to match more the way that UO was, but it still has this map, so it's the same map as this server. They have the ability to change the map, but obviously it's a big job to like recreate the entire map of UO. So what they started off doing is they started implementing the dungeons. So the dungeons that you used to have in UO, they've kind of implemented them in this game, so that where you would go and normally have like a sewer or something, when you go in there you get the dungeon, so you get deception or whatever, or deceit or whatever, and now what they're busy working on at the moment is basically recreate. They're taking the map of Ultima Online and just building it in like the editor. They're making the map like this, trying to keep it pretty much as true to the original as possible. And then what they're doing is they're keeping all the like PvP mechanics from UO. So inside towns is fairly safe, but basically anything outside of a town isn't safe. This is very far away, and I have to go like through this spider area. I guess I just run through it. I know spiders are good for skills, but I don't know if it's at my current level. By the way, Dida, if you're still here, congratulations, you're the 50th follower, so you'll be the one that pushes me to affiliate. We're not quite there yet though, because we still need some viewership numbers, but I think with that follow we've just officially hit 50. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to cross this river, and my guess is I'm not, and then I'm going to end up running really far to the side. Well, I guess we have to, because in the map that's whole. And it just bugs me that I see all the cotton on the other side of the river and I can't get to it. So there's large spiders here, so when we need a bunch of large spiders, this is probably the spot to go to. Just checking that these things aren't alligators or something, because I was watching a game, Green Hell, that a lot of people are playing at the moment, and more than once I've seen somebody get surprised by a caiman that they just thought was a stump or something. So I didn't want to make that same mistake. That great heart horse. Oh, no, it's definitely on the other side of this river. And it doesn't look like I can get around there. So we'll have to... I think what it means for me to do is follow the road somewhere, which I didn't do. Luckily we should have enough time. I mean, there's still 30 minutes left. We've only spent 10 minutes going completely the wrong way, so we should be able to turn around and get back in another 10, which leaves us 20 minutes to do the taming. It should be enough. I think if we are going to be doing these missions that requires us to run around and find places, it might be worth trying to figure out where we get the map to fill it in. I'm not sure what it costs, but I mean, even if it's like 1 plat. For 1 plat and I'm not getting lost, and getting the stuff done quicker is probably worth it. And these trees all look like those red trees, but I don't think they are. I think it's just the sun again. Okay, a cotton I can harvest. Oh, I thought I had all 4 my bears again, but that's just a wild one. So I think this is roughly where we got to the river, so now we'll just head the other way and see where the first crossing is. Oh, goodness. So another bend in the river, which means we're not just going to have to follow this side, we're going to have to double back and then come back down again. So we definitely didn't go even vaguely the direction they wanted us to. Now the river's turning again to go even further the other way. Quite a lot of people have just ran past that cotton. Okay, so now there's a road again. So let's try to stick to this road and then turn left when we can. I really hope this road doesn't go all the way back to town, which means we literally went completely the wrong direction. Okay, so this road goes back over the river. So at this fork, I would assume that I should go this way to get there. But I'm definitely not going to follow that road all the way back because that is going to take longer than I want it to take. Rather, oh. Brown bear is defending the cotton, but he's not going to attack me, so that's fine. And I was hoping to get to like 50 taming at least. Yeah, I mean, we're going a little bit later than we usually do for a stream anyway. So this bridge will cross the river. And then we'll potentially be on the right side of that other river. It's taken us through so many different regions to get there. Now, yeah, I have no idea which route I'm supposed to take to get there, so I guess I'll just have to follow the road, right? Because if I veer off from the road, I might end up in a completely different spot as well. Well, if I follow the road, I could still also end up in a completely wrong spot. What's this? Is this a tower of some kind? Okay, this is the Dead Gate. Lake Tethys. I don't know what that's for. I'm pretty sure I don't need to use it yet. Trying to see if the road is kind of roughly going in that direction, so that if it is, that I can follow it, but it seems to be going off to the left. And if I go this side of the rocks, I might end up going in the right direction. No, not if the rocks close. And, okay, goodness. So that plan backfired. This is a road, right? So if I take this, can I go down there? Oh, this is haunted ruins with enemies and stuff. Bone Magi. Okay, so I need to fight Bone Magi. That's the spot I can do it. We're back on the road again, so this would be the same as if we followed it. I might not actually make it to these things to tame them in time. But we're learning a lot about the map, where things are. In UO, if you try to do this, like run along the road from like one town to another, not knowing where you're going or what's along the way, you would never survive. Like, there'd be some strong enemy, like an animal or something that you've never seen before or that you're not prepared for along the way that would kill you. If that didn't happen, you'd encounter some players running from one town to another that just decide to kill you to take all your stuff. Like, you would never run like this without like protection, like a group of people or much stronger pets than what I have. Like if your pets can't kill you near instantly, they're not good enough to protect you. Because there's going to be some player that's been like no-lifing the game for the past 2 years, having all the best stuff, and doesn't care how much resources or money he has to burn to kill you. He will kill you. And they basically live for it. This is a pretty big... Is this a playhouse? Looks pretty big. Oh, it's they built 2 of the same kind of house and then fenced it in. Makes sense. Trinit. Okay, I'm like in a totally different town now, and here's a different stable master. Why is that stable master giving me a thing to go here? Okay, I'm in Everdale, which is the region where they said the thing is. It says Everdale, go to tame 5 headstrong bears. Okay, so this one definitely has ones that are much harder to get to. So overall, it's probably not the best idea to repeatedly do that. Even if only 1 in 3 or 4 of them is this far away, it's not worth it. Okay, let's start from this side. I'm gonna have that one attack that one. Oh, did you start a stream and finish it and come back and I'm still here? Yeah, that's unfortunately, you know, when you're in my position where you don't have much time to stream. When you do have time to stream, you kind of try to do as much as you can. So like normally my stream would normally end like 20 minutes earlier. And sometimes if I push it a little bit longer, I'll stream until like 10 minutes from now. Oh, you're just alternating, okay. Yeah, but I have an off day tomorrow, so technically I can go to bed whenever I want. But even then, I mean, you know, I have to accommodate my fiance. I don't want to like keep her up either. What game are you streaming? Ooh, let me do this one rather. I want that one to come from me. Oh, these ones are kind of positioned poorly. That's the one that's too far away. Oh, GTA 5. And then we have 20 minutes left to do this, so we'll definitely get it done. But that was... Yeah, on a Friday it's a little bit easier because then the next day you don't have to worry. You can sleep in during the day or whatever. Yeah, so these are definitely harder to tame and we get more skill gains. So we definitely have to take the headstrong bears or nothing at all. I want to get rid of my backpack so that I can see what's going on here. This one can attack that one because that's a brown bear. That one's not going to attack us. And make sure he has aggro. And then start taming. I can heal him as well. It's giving me animal law, so that's good. Oh, first time. Thanks, Jake, and if you need to go stream again, enjoy it. What, the song? I think I missed that. Oh, it was attacking the hind when I started attacking it. Okay. Just want to wait for it to start attacking the bear. Failed, that's fine. Try again. Or animal law. Animal law seems to be going up fairly quick. Is that a fail again? Okay, seemed to work. So let's attack that one. Wait. Can't select him because... There we go. That also seems like it's not working correctly. I don't think you should be able to tame and heal at the same time. Not that I'm complaining. 12:55. Okay, so let's do... I think we discovered some places along the way here now. Trinit, the Haunted Ruins where the Bone Magi are. Dead Gate, that's where the spiders are. I don't know what the arena is, that's a PvP arena, I think. So even though some of those spots are far away in Helm, none of them were as far away as this one. Like even the worst one from here to get to was over here. And we had one over here as well. Over here is probably the furthest to get to. Because even that's kind of close. Like you have to go all around there. You can follow the road there, which is probably faster than we normally run through there. It's probably possible for one of them to appear up here. And then it would also be quite far. I don't know what's in here. But I think in general the Helm ones are a little bit better. Let's listen to this bard to see if we need any more. We're already well rested. As far as I can tell, they're all the same speed when you're riding them. So that, you know, there might be different speeds out in the wild, but once you turn them into like a statue or a mount, they're all the same. So there isn't like incentive for you to get like a you know, one pet over another one and then somebody couldn't catch you, for example, if you were trying to run away. So as far as I can tell, I've had the horse and the bear, and they seem to be exactly the same speed. And also when you ride them, your pets, they seem to all run the same speed as well. So the bears and the horses run the same speed. When you encounter these bears out in the wild, they run a different speed. So I think they just make all your pets follow you at the same speed to make it easier to manage. So I think we're almost done for the night. I'm just going to try and sort some of this stuff out so that my bags are nice and clean for the next time I need to start doing stuff with this character. We didn't really collect gold from the stuff that we were doing. All the gold that we got from the missions will be in our bank, so we'll just have to combine all of them so that we can see how much we made. I don't know how much gold I had in here to start off with, so that's really the question. What of the gold is new and what of it is... I don't think there was any. I think I took all the gold to the other... So it looks like... I think the 230 and the 231 was from the bears? Oh no, not really. We did more than 2 bears. I think it's just range. I think it's 120 to 240 for each one. So that's just how it ended up. And so like it took us about like what, 2 hours to do those 4. Maybe not quite 2 hours, but definitely more than an hour. So making less than 1,000 gold in an hour is I wouldn't say it's terrible, but it's definitely not good. We can go to the sewers pretty much and make more gold than that. So it's definitely not a money maker. But we did get like I think more than half a skill point of taming. But I mean, our skill being below 50, that's also not a lot. If we got half a skill point at like 60 or 70, then it would be a little bit better. We still have a ton of bandages and some arrows, but we'll keep all this. What we need to do is manage this bag. So we didn't actually get all the hides and stuff that we got. What did we loot? Oh, we looted 578 gold from trolls and stuff. We actually get... Oh, the bag of gold is kind of like hidden. That's kind of like the loot bag. I want that, and I want to move it so I can see it. That went in here. I want it to be placed there, but not in the bag, so there. And then these are all trash barrel. Yeah, sure, go in the trash barrel. The meat we can sell later on when we have more. And nothing else we need to loot. Yeah, so the graveyard definitely makes us more gold. We should be able to take on something strong, more difficult than the graveyard, which will also give us combat skills. So as much as taming is the thing that we need to get up, I think the next thing to do is probably to get our combat skills up somewhere that makes us some more gold. And once our combat skills are kind of maxed or a little bit higher, we can more comfortably deal. Well, actually no. So the problem with taming is not that our combat skills is high, because the combat skills matter if we're gonna go do giant beetles in the red area where the player killers are, but we wouldn't do that anyway because we need to have taming of like 61 to do that. So actually our combat skills don't matter. Only thing that matters is taming. So we need to find a way to either do the taming missions much faster. So we need to either find a spot where they're closer, but even then we had an occasion where the bears wasn't one of the options. We only had chickens and rats, and then other times we only had hinds as an option, and the hinds don't give us skill either, so that's actually really slow. If we were at like 40, then maybe the hinds would give us skill and we'd be fine. But I'm starting to think that if those bears are just like roughly the same as the other bears that we tame, it's probably going to be better for us to just find those bears and tame them and manipulate our animal law to bring it down. Maybe not all the way to like 35 to even it out, but to maybe at least bring it down to like 40 or so, and just tame brown bears until this goes up to like 60. We leave the animal law, we don't bring the animal law further down, we leave it at 40 and we tame until it gets to 60. Now we should see a noticeable difference in the skill rate gain, if that makes a difference. If we put it to 40, we should notice that become higher. And because brown bears are passive, we can just release all of them and just tame them. We can defend ourselves without pets, so we can just find all the brown bears and tame them until we have 5. Then we cross over into an area, release all 5 of them, and then come back. And that should be the quickest way to do it. But if we bring the skill down so that the success rate is low, we shouldn't be taming them that fast anyway. So I think that's really the only way that I'm going to get to 60 in a moderately bearable amount of time. So we didn't get to test that theory tonight, but that's something that I want to figure out soon. And if we bring it down to 40 and it looks like it doesn't work, we can always just unlock it and it should come back up to 63 fairly quickly. It will bring down our healing on our pets a bit, but if we're just taming them and we're not doing hostile mobs, because the hostile ones we have to like tank and then heal our pets to keep them alive. So if we're just taming brown bears, that should be fine. Dropping the animal law and having a little bit worse healing. Our healing is still high though. Our healing is almost 80, so I think we can manage that. Because if we can get this to 60, then we can tame llamas. Yeah, it kind of popped into my head, and then I resisted saying it, and then oh well. Yeah, the 41 to 59 or 60 or whatever it is really a long time to tame the same thing. So I hope they add at some point something around 50, maybe like 52, 53 that you can tame. That's not the large spiders, because the large spiders take up 4 slots and they're aggressive, which means you need to have one pet tank the spider and heal it. And then when you get the spider, you have to immediately release. We can try doing that. But again, the spiders are 52. So we have to get to 52 anyway before we can do that. So if we bring law down to 40, and that helps us get the animal taming up to 52, then we can just keep on pushing the law to 52 or so, or maybe 53, and then start trying the spiders. We can also do, I think, giant crabs, but they're 43. So at this skill level, it's going to be just slightly, yeah, just slightly better than the bears, but they're scarcer, so we'll lose out looking for them again. So yeah, there's quite a lot of things to figure out with the tamer, but like I said, of all the different types of characters you can play, I like the tamer because, you know, in the end you have like this variety of animals that you can use. It's just cool to have a dragon following you around and stuff. And I like how it synergizes with the archery skills. So yeah, I kind of like that. And our house ended up being quite far away from town as well, so that also kind of fits with the ranger vibe, where it's like, you know, it doesn't really make sense for me to have a ranger live in like a shop right next to the town, right? A ranger would be living somewhere out in the wilds, you know, in a camp more than like a cottage or a mansion. So it's not really too consistent with the story of the character because it's it's kind of like the house of all the characters. So the crafter, obviously it makes more sense for him to have a house and stuff like that. So but we could argue he's a hermit and he just likes to make his things and stay away from people too much. So he just comes into town to sell his wares or whatever. Could kind of work, I don't know. Okay, great. So that's going to be the end of tonight's stream. Like I said, tomorrow's an off day for me, so I might stream during the day as well. But I'll probably try to still stream at night. So, and the nighttime stream will probably be Minecraft. So during the afternoon, I'll either stream more Aria or I might play a little bit of Borderlands. So I know a lot of you won't be able to catch that. So if you miss it, I'm sorry. But like I said, I'll try to do something that doesn't like hold up the stuff too much. I might see if you online tomorrow playing Sly. Maybe I'll hop in and join you for some Borderlands or something. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But thanks again to everybody for watching this stream. Really appreciate it. It really helps me to get to affiliate. So you guys staying through the whole stream it really helps my stats. And I'm looking forward to when we get all that stuff so that we can start doing a little bit more things with the chat and all that kind of stuff. So thanks for everything, and I will catch you again tomorrow, either in the afternoon or in the evening, or whenever you get a chance to stop in again. Thanks. Cheers. Everybody seems to be playing Cube World for some reason. What I'll do is I'll host somebody who's playing. I don't know if the person who was interested in in UO is still here, but I'll raid somebody that is playing the same game but on the community server, in case you want to see what that's like and how close it is to UO. So if you guys don't feel like raiding, you feel free not to join. And then yeah, tomorrow we can carry on with the normal shenanigans. Oops. Mixing my exclamation marks and my slashes.